Hello everyone, welcome to What If OP Issei Participates in Girls und Panzer Sports Part 1. Before we start, please go support God of Hope for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei Hyodo. A boy who from an early age developed a passion and fondness for war tanks and the most popular sport in all of Japan. Girls und Panzer. But even though he is the hero of all three factions and even though he went through a lot, society would not accept a man participating in the most elegant sport that is only for women. Come and see how he shows those who say it can't be done. Don't tell me that it can't be done. Prologue and clarifications. Sensha-Do. A sport of machines that were one of the most important elements of the Second World War. War tanks. Operated by the female gender and more in girls' preparatory schools. They have made sport a spectacle. It is said that Sensha-Do was created so that the girl would become a strong woman. But the question is, what would happen if the boys wanted to participate in this sport? Many, and especially women, would say that it is not possible. That it is forbidden. That men have no right to participate in this elegant sport. And who decided it? After all, men created, manufactured, used and fought for the vehicles that women now use. Several died inside those tanks. For them, the tank was their home, their refuge, and inside that tank everyone became comrades. Friends. Siblings. And what can't be done? Just as the President of the United States Franklin D. Roosevelt said when he proposed attacking the heart of Japan and his generals told him it could not be done. He stood up from his wheelchair in front of them. And standing up he said to them, "Don't try to tell me that it can't be done. Here I will tell you the story of how 5 young people, faced with the denials of everyone in a traditionalist society. Not only did they form bonds. If not that, they achieved what cannot be done." Clarifications. Issei will not be a pervert. In the first chapter it will be revealed why. Issei has the same heroic and timid personality as Izuku. And the talent is due to something you will know in the first chapter. Characters you know and those you know from Girls und Panzer will appear. The beginning of the coward. The story begins in a city that is anything but ordinary. Except in that city the supernatural is almost in plain sight of people who are ignorant of its existence. The day was Saturday. And Issei, a boy who spent many adventures with his friends and his harem of pretty girls, watched past matches of Japan's most popular sport on YouTube. Sensha-Do. I looked at the T-34s, the Shermans, the Panthers, the Matildas, every tank of every model, and every nationality was in that great Sensha-Do. He did not deny it. Amaba Sensha-Do. He connected his iPhone to the flat screen where he watched all the games. Whereas the chestnut tree, upon hearing that voice, was able to identify who it was. The girl who made him enter the supernatural world and also the one who has gone through many things with her. The one who loves and is his fiancée. Rias Gremory. Issei looked for the control to turn off the screen. Since he doesn't want anyone to know about his love for Sensha-Do. But I couldn't find it. What are you watching? Nothing, they're just commercials. Boom. A shot was heard. And it was because of the good audio equipment installed on the screen. The Redeed looked at the screen to see what it was. Thanks. I can explain it. Well, I want you to explain to me why you watch a video of war tanks. And about a sport that is only for girls. Are you a pervert? What? Of course not, I'm fascinated by tanks. And even more so by the iconic ones that were used in World War II and the Cold War. Wow, I didn't expect this. And it was the truth. Since Rias fell in love with a brown-haired boy, she knew all his tastes, from his favorite food to the movies he watches, and also his affections for anime. But finding out that her boyfriend and also fiancé is a fan of Sensha-Do is something she did not expect. "What other things are you hiding from me, Issei Hyodo?" she asked curiously as she sat next to him, waiting, looking at him inquisitively. "Give me some truce, Rias, please," the poor man asked, blushing because of the closeness his girlfriend had to him. She just smiled charmingly and hugged him by the neck and then kissed his cheek and made the brunette blush more than he already was. I loved putting it like that, only she had that power in him. Fufu, don't even think about it, my beloved Issei, don't even think about it. And that carelessness was what started something big. A week passed and things were going normally. Except that Rias now accompanied him and sometimes helped him by going over strategies depending on the use of the tank. And all the time she knew him, she had never seen how passionate her fiancé was, as he never showed interest in anything. Not even in girls. In hentai. Not even in music and men's sports like football and baseball. But now that he showed this side of himself that he had hidden, and more so when they talk about armor and postage, it was when he showed a joy and happiness that would make an angel of envy fall. Everything was going well. Until the Hyodo lords called everyone to a meeting in the living room. Issei, who had arrived with Rias from their date, was also called out. When everyone was there, the lady spoke. "Girls, I gathered you because when I was cleaning the room where you sleep with my son, I found this." She showed a box filled with many things like posters, magazines, toys, scale models of tanks. Everything in that box was about Sensha-Do. I want to know who these things belong to and if they are from you girls, because if so I would be very happy if you decide to enter this elegant sport that is Sensha-Do. Neither of them said anything, and the woman could see from their faces that they were unaware of the merchandise. The couple was nervous. Rias made Issei swear not to tell anyone about his hobby of tanks and Sensha-Do. Hence. "Okasama, those things are mine. I'm interested in Sensha-Do." That statement left everyone in disbelief as they cannot imagine their leader in that tank thing. "Oh well then, I'm very happy, Rias-chan. Sensha-Do is a sport that can turn you into the perfect woman. My congratulations." That calmed them both down, giving them relief. "But if you started to get interested, tell me one thing, if you have a Sherman with a 75mm cannon, how do you manage to defeat a Panther with 80mm frontal armor?" Now Rias was caught off guard by that question, since even though she knows about the subject she doesn't know much to give an answer. Well, what would I do then? It's obvious that the Sensha-Do merchandise in the box isn't yours. Which leaves us with only one suspect. Issei, tell me, what would you do? The brown-haired boy lowered his gaze. He didn't dare look his mother in the eyes, he just answered. "I would use my Sherman to be able to hit the sides if I am at a good angle and if the distance is short like 600 meters. But if it is a frontal combat, I should ask the operator to move in a zigzag for every 10 seconds, which is the time that a standard loader and a gunner take to prepare the cannon and aim. Then if I am lucky I can use my cannon and aim at its rear armor, where the engine part is, and thus disable the Panther." At that, they were all in shock when they saw that the person they love knows a lot about the subject that only a traditionalist Sensha-Do girl or a Jaitai soldier can know and give details about. But for Irina it was something bad. "Darling, it's not true, tell me it's not true." He didn't look at her and answered her. "It's true." There was a very awkward silence in the room. The father did not say anything during this time as he remained on the sidelines. The mother just looked sternly at her son. "That was all I wanted to know, Goru, take this box to the backyard." He obeyed and took the box. "Wait, what are they going to do?" They didn't answer, they just carried the box, and when they were outside the man poured gasoline on the things and the woman lit a match. "Mom, please don't do it." And without hesitation, he threw the match and then watched as the box caught fire. "No." He rushed to try to save his things. "Hon." But he received a slap in the face from the woman who brought him into the world. The slap was so strong that it sent him to the ground. The teenager looked at her in pain and saw that she was looking at him with disappointment and shame. "I've told you many times for 9 years. Sensha-Do is not for men, Sensha-Do is not for you, what you want cannot be done." The screams were harsh and strict, something the girls had never seen in the woman who gave them a home next to her son. "When will you understand? When will it occur to you that your dream is impossible? How many humiliations do you have to endure for you to accept reality?" He lowered his gaze and said nothing. "If I see you again with another Sensha-Do thing, this time I'll send you to a military infantry boarding school so you can get rid of that ridiculous idea of being a tanker. Did you hear me?" He did not answer. It is the only thing a man can aspire to in this day and age, to be cannon fodder. And with those words she and her husband left, leaving a poor boy on his knees, watching how the things he had worked so hard for with overtime and without rest at his part-time job were burning in the heat of the flames. Everything with a dull look of life. None of them dared to speak to him. Night falls. Issei locked himself in his room that he shares with Rias. She met with the others at Irina's request. "Why did you bring me together, Irina? I need to calm Ice down since he hasn't stopped suffering. Believe me, Rias, this is for your own good. I'll tell you why this afternoon happened." They all paid attention to him. "You see, 9 years ago. When we were in the park and we met an old man with puppets. In that park happened what he is now very passionate about." "What happened?" Akeno asked. "The tank passed through the streets on its way to a Sensha-Do that was being organized. A Pershing that was used in World War II in 1945 against Germany." "Did a tank pass by there?" asked Zenobia, interested in that story. "Yes. At that time we were all amazed that we ignored the guy and greeted the woman who was looking over the hatch. She greeted us, and at that time I could see how Issei admired that war machine. He began to see the tanks as a passion. I, however, was grateful for that day, since without knowing it the commander of that tank prevented the Issei we know from being a hopeless pervert obsessed with breasts. They all couldn't help but thank that woman for saving her beloved from a shameful future and being the boy he is now. His passion for tanks was so great that wherever we went he played tanks. On the beach he made a sand sculpture in the shape of a Panzer III that many marveled at. One day in the park he met more friends who also played with him, and with some cardboard boxes, they pretended to operate a T-34-85s. I had never seen him so happy in my life. He had a dream of being a tanker and participating in the final of Sensha-Do tournament one day. All and more Rias could not help but smile when imagining what her beloved was like as a child, and more so because of his love for Sensha-Do. But what they were going to hear next was not going to be to their liking. But everything changed one day when women gained more power and influence. Thanks to the Issei machines at that time, everything turned bad. Issei and his friends were bullied by other boys who made fun of him for wanting to enter a sport that is only for women. Sometimes they go to extremes of hitting him for being a coward and a gullible fantasist. Mrs. Hyodo in her youth participated in Sensha-Do, being commander of a Sherman Firefly at the Saunders School. Nicknamed Fury, she was a strict commander and led her school to the top in her time fighting against Kuramorman, the strongest school of all. Seeing how Issei loved his old sport, she wanted to train him, but that changed when those bullies crossed the line. Irina paused because what she was going to say was something she wanted to forget. Something she will never be able to do. That day Issei's friends looked for me and his parents because something had happened to him. When we got to the park we saw him tied up hanging from a tree branch, with his face beaten and wounds on his body that was bleeding. They had put a woman's wig on his head and a skirt, and on his chest, he had a message taped. Unable to hold back her tears, she began to cry. Asia and Zenobia went to comfort her, while the others and Rias wanted to cry, but they also wanted to find those responsible for the barbarity they did to their beloved at a very young age. What Nif the message said was, Nif, this happened to me for wanting to do something I shouldn't, and that is only for women. And this will happen to you too. Cowards should not aspire beyond the ground. They cried again, and now the girls also shed their tears. But Irina, despite her sadness, continued telling the story. After that, since that day, something changed in her, something broke. She filed a complaint with the authorities, but since there was no evidence of impunity, the case was dropped. Issei was discharged, but he still clung to his dream of being a tanker. Mrs. Hyodo could not see him like that again, so she did what until now she will never be able to forgive herself. She broke all his things and burned them, and forbade him not only to see his friends again, but also to talk about Sensha-Do again. Issei begged her and asked for her support, but she never gave it to him. She said hurtful things to him to the point that they affected his self-esteem, and after a year he never mentioned the subject again, or so he thought until now. Rias equaled everyone. She couldn't imagine everything her beloved Issei had to go through to be what he is, and his love for that sport. Issei, why are you still clinging to that, was what he wondered. Girls, I know you love him just like I do, but we have to stop him from wanting to continue with this. We have to make him forget about Sensha-Do. What do you mean, Irina-san? Asia asked. That every time we see him doing anything related to Sensha-Do we must take it away from him. Every time he watches a video we must interrupt him. Every time he mentions something about tanks we must remind him that what he wants is impossible. That it cannot be done and he should not even try. We must finish breaking his dream for his own good. At Irina's words they all agreed. They had to destroy their hope for their own good. But. I'm sorry Irina, but I'm not going to do it. They all looked at the one who should be the main one. The one who was the leader of the group and Issei's fiancé. Rias Gremory. What are you talking about, Rias? Didn't you hear what? Yes, I heard it, Akeno. But I think that you should not do what you are going to do. Issei has helped us a lot. Thanks to him we overcame our fears. We managed to leave our hatred behind. Without him we could not have achieved what we have done. I stopped talking for a moment. Since I met him and started to love him. Since he saved me from a loveless marriage, I always wanted to know his dream. Not only to support him, but to be by his side and share his success just like I shared mine with him. I wondered why I never knew of his great admiration for Sensha-Do. And now that I have discovered it, and I see the defeated faces of my friends like now, I stop to see their faces. I feel that destiny prepared me for this moment. We are all what we are thanks to him, and now that he needs us the most, we must not allow stereotypes and traditionalist society to prevent him from fulfilling his dream. We must not weaken in the face of this adversity or give in. Rias-sama. With all due respect. What you want to support and what Issei-sama wishes to achieve, it can't be done. At Ravel's words there was silence. Rias lowered her gaze, making her eyes wander through the shadow of her hair. To then get up and in front of everyone abruptly raise his great power. Power that over time since she has met her beloved Issei has increased to the point of being a recognized demon. They were all scared, especially knowing what the Redeed is capable of. When the power calmed down she looked at them. Don't tell me that it can't be done. And without further ado he left there. To go straight to the person you love. When I get to my room I look for the chestnut tree. I couldn't find it. But I heard that the shower was open in the bathroom they had there. When he entered he saw him there. Wet. With clothes on. And with a look full of deadly depression. That look that he had never seen in his beloved chestnut in his life. "On my phone, Issei." She didn't know what to do. By instinct she approached him, and when she touched him she felt that he was cold. He got wet with cold water. It was midwinter, so the days were cold and with some snow in the city. So he immediately turned on the hot water tap and heated it up. I took off her uniform shirt, tearing it, and she also took off her clothes. They were both in the bathtub. He was still in his pain looking at nothing, and she climbed on top of him. With her delicate fingers she took him by the cheeks and made him look at her. His eyes. Rias was pained by this. She never wants to see her beloved like this in her life. So with much love I kiss him. Despite feeling an emptiness in his chest, he could reciprocate the love that his fiancée gives him. He loves her. She accepted him when he told her his dream, she didn't reject him like many, she didn't look down on him for being a man. Maybe your dream is impossible. Maybe his mother was right and he should leave him and accept reality, or reality he refused to see. But at least. You are not alone in your pain. Somewhere in the underworld in Lucifer's castle. Two men, one with red hair and the other with black hair with golden locks, were watching everything through a mirror. They looked at everything. The dream of the hero of the Alliance. He, like his mother, burned his things and threatened him if he continued with his dream. How Rena told everyone the origin of her dream. And how the deed to the pride of the current Lucifer defended her beloved's dream. And now she comforts him. They left the mirror. My student has been through a lot, all for a dream that society does not allow him to have. I never thought that my brother-in-law, a great hero, would have such a dream. Sergeant. We owe him a lot for saving us from the Trahixa. I think we should help him. And what do you propose, Azazel? Asked Siskin. The leader of the fallen just stood up from his seat and began to leave. I have many ideas. I'll just tell you that. When he reached the door he looked over his shoulder at the leader of the underworld. This will be really fun. That day began what would change Sensha-Do as we know it. Forever. An opportunity. 2 days passed. And a rumor spread throughout the school. When the brown-haired boy arrived he looked at how the other students looked at him. In a negative way. With disgust. Saying whispers about him. Issei knew that the days at his school just got worse than they already are. Rias, who was at his side, encouraged him and told him to be careful. That will not lower the guard. When they parted and he arrived at his living room he was greeted by the same thing. Except now, without paying attention to anyone, he sat down in his place. And with the arrival of the teacher the classes began. In an office where a man was working struggling with paperwork, he began to see how a magic circle formed on the floor. And from it emerges someone who knows. Long time no see, Azazel. Likewise Kodama, what are you up to in your life as president of the Federation? Not long ago there was a match and almost all the schools joined together to help one. It was the best Sensha-Do match I have ever seen. I saw it too. And I think those girls have a future in this sport. But I think we can make it more entertaining. What do you suggest, Azazel? What I am suggesting is something that could bring not only a lot of attention, but also a lot of motivation, and more will join this. I can assure you of that. Well, I'm all ears. Behind the cow school building. Someone was beaten. Issei was lying on the ground with his nose bleeding. While another boy with an arrogant face looked at him mockingly. But Issei stood up and despite the pain he raised his guard only to receive another blow. Everyone was watching. The girls couldn't do anything, and the boys, who are the majority, encouraged the aggressor. The one who started it all expected it to stay on the ground, but Issei, still in pain and bleeding. He stood up and put his guard back up. Hey coward. You never give up, right? She mocked him, making her male audience laugh. But he answered her. It would continue all day, and with that he launched himself, managing to hit his attacker and knocking him down. But he took some dirt with his hand and threw it in the brown-haired boy's face. The attacker took this opportunity and hit him, and then kneed him in the stomach to knock the air out of him. Issei was left on the ground. The guy took the opportunity to put a foot on his back so he wouldn't get up. Look, you have good strength. It's a shame you don't want to join the infantry. You'd be a good soldier. Maybe you will be one and be under my command as your superior. Get used to being on the ground where you belong. And with another stomp he hit him on the back, making him scream in pain. The attacker was going to continue, but someone grabbed him by the shoulder and made him turn around, then he received a strong blow that broke his nose. He was the secretary of the student council. Injiro Saji. That's enough. The guy got up and tried to hit him, but Saji used his reflexes and avoided that blow, and then hit the aggressor, and this time left him on the ground. Then Sona and Tsubaki arrived. They didn't look happy at all. If you don't want to spend 2 months cleaning the men's room with a toothbrush, I suggest you leave now. Everyone left when they heard that. While Sona ordered Tsubasa to take the aggressor to the director's office to apply the corresponding punishment. As for Issei, He was sitting on the ground and then a hand reached out to help him up. "Come on, get up, friend." He accepted that hand and then stood up. "You know, sometimes I think you like being hit. I already had him against the ropes." "Yeah, sure. This is the 10th beating you've gotten in the last 14 days. You know I don't start them. But the fact that they are only directed at you is already very alarming, Hyodo-kun. Ever since the rumor that you want to be a tanker has spread, you have had these kinds of attacks. I apologize if I have caused you trouble, Kaichu." He apologized to her. "We owe you a lot, Hyodo-kun, but I think that in the state you are in and more so now it will take 2 years for your power to return. All we can do is protect you." "But you're going to tell me to give up on my dream, right?" "No, but I think your dream could cost you what you value most, just think about it." She didn't tell him this so that the attacks would stop. She told him this because she was really worried about him. Now she will take revenge on the aggressor for what he did to the boy she cares about a lot. The three of them retreated when they saw the Gremory entourage arrive to help him. Leaving a chestnut tree pensive. Already at home after a somewhat uncomfortable dinner and in which Issei was not present. "Where is Issei?" the woman asked about her son. "He's training." "In the basement," replied Asia, who has also been depressed. "Like all. Kasumi. I think you should leave him alone for a while. Don't tell me how I should educate my only son Goru. You know we must keep him away from Sensha-Do." "Well, you're not going to solve anything if you threaten to send him to an infantry school. That's what men can aspire to these days. Besides, there's no greater honor than serving in the field with your gun at your side. You were also in an infantry school, Roosevelt." "Yes, and I would have liked him to follow in my footsteps and become a captain. But he wants to be a tank commander, not a soldier. I will not let my son humiliate himself any further by chasing an illusion and tarnish the name of the Hyodo family. He will become a soldier and there will be no more discussion." She picked up her plate to return it to the kitchen and go straight to her room. But Rias followed her. When he reached her. "Oh Kasama, could I talk to you?" "I know why you came, Rias-chan." They both stopped walking. Then. "I think you should support him. Your son needs you and every day he is more beaten. If he doesn't learn from these lessons, then I'm going to have to. I don't think it's fair what you're doing. You're supposed to help him. It's your son. That's why I'm doing this. Because he's my son, my only son, and I don't want him to end up dead in such a humiliating way, especially when you told me that his power would return in 2 years. But to destroy their dreams. To take away all their hope just to follow the rules of a traditionalist society. Someday when you have your children you will understand why I do what I have to do. And you should do your part by telling him that he can't do what he wants." And with that she left, leaving Aridid very disappointed with her lover's mother. When Rias went down to the training room and what she saw left her speechless. Everything was in a mess. The mirrors were broken. And in the middle of all that disaster was a teenager who had bloody fists. She didn't say anything because she knew what happened. Issei released all his anger by hitting and breaking everything. The only thing she could do was hug him and tell him that everything was going to be okay, although she wasn't quite sure. He just burst into tears on her shoulder. He could no longer bear all the harassment and pain that everyone, even his loved ones, did to him. Was having a dream wrong? Well, apparently. For society it was, and it had to open its eyes to reality. But his pride, his draconian side that had helped him a lot, prevented him from throwing in the towel. It prevented him from accepting what he wants. It can't be done. It is his pride and his will that still keeps him clinging to his dream. At night both lovers consoled each other. On the cold winter night. "Did you call me, Mr. President?" "Of course, Chano, I want you to pick up all the boys on this list." The director in a blue kimono hands him the documents of several individuals. "All males." "Mr. President, if it's not indiscreet, may I ask why you need all these kids?" "It's very simple. They all have many qualities. Some have blood ties with people who served in the Imperial Army and Navy. Others had parents who participated in Sensha-Do, Sentoki-Do aviation martial art, and Hei-Do infantry martial art, and a few more who have good qualities that can't be ignored. I need all of them. You can gather in 7 days. I'm not going to question, Mr. President. But what do you plan to do with this, guys?" The older man just smiled in a way that you hope your favorite movie is already out. "All of them. They will be part of a great change." 2 days passed. And Issei was in his classroom. Receiving glances from everyone. Who still considered him a coward. A coward for not wanting to be a soldier and wanting to be a tanker. And today was going to be the same blows. Hurtful words. And more humiliation. Nothing could get worse than it already was. Hyodo Issei. Report to the student council immediately. I take back what I said. The brown-haired boy just sighed, and Asia along with Zenobia and Irina looked at him, hoping that whatever happened was not serious. There was no shortage of laughter from the most mocking people who said things like he deserves it or let's hope he learns his place. He left with his gaze down and went straight to the council room. When he arrived, he found not only Sona but also Rias, the director, and a woman he didn't know who was wearing a high-ranking JSGTF military uniform. Oh, am I in trouble? Hyodo, Issei, right? Yes, I am. If I'm in trouble I should ask for my right to a lawyer and for my fiancé to delete all my internet browsing history in case I go to jail or something. The Redeed just blushed because that was embarrassing, although she is curious if he has any photos of her on his laptop. Which made her blush even more than she already was. Instead, the woman just laughed at the jokes the teenager said. You're not in trouble, young man. My concern is your record. Look, according to what I read, you have good analytical skills and you also keep your thoughts calm despite a dangerous situation. Am I not mistaken? The brown-haired boy just looked down while blushing as he was very embarrassed by the praise. On the other hand, the Redeed and the slightly black-haired girl were jealous of the woman. Let's see, in his hand he opened a folder in which came Issei's data. According to this, your IQ is 170 and your strategies are very clever since according to what I heard, you managed to tie with Miss Citri in chess, right? He could only nod at her statements. Sensha-Do, on the other hand, was somewhat upset since deep down she had wished that Issei would beat her. Someone with a good and risky strategy deserved to be her husband. Their parents are Goro and Ichi, who held the rank of captain at Roosevelt Boys College High School, and your mother is Kasumi Hyodo, who was a commander at Saunders Girls College High School, both recognized and decorated as the best strategists and tenacious elements. You are a child with military blood. Excuse me, miss, but what are you trying to get at with this? Just one question. If you had a team of 9 T-34 85th tanks against a team of 16 Panzer IV tanks in a mountainous village area, what strategy would you employ? My strategy would be put 4 tanks inside the wooden houses to use as a hiding place. 4 more tanks covered by haystacks while the gun tips are visible. And to lead them into the trap I would use a surprise attack to lead them into it. Once there I would first order them to eliminate the closest tanks to block their exit. Then I would give the order to open fire aiming at the sides if we have armor-piercing bullets. But my main target would be the leader's tank so I can eliminate it and avoid more rain of fire. Sona couldn't help but be surprised to see that Issei knew too much about the subject, and the best thing was that this strategy, if well developed, would be perfect and lethal for an enemy. Making me want another chess match with him. Straight to the leader. Your mother always went straight to the leader so that the encounter would end quickly and avoid more casualties. Do you know her? She was my senpai. She was one of the few who defeated Inishizumi. Her last battle was totally incredible, so much so that she earned everyone's respect. For Issei, it was as if he heard the secrets of the universe. For years he had been trying to get his mother to tell him her anecdotes when she was a tanker. But she always refused. Well, seeing it with my own eyes, there's no doubt you're the one we're looking for. That left everyone baffled. Excuse me, but what do you mean by that? Rias asked, wanting to know. This boy, along with others, was chosen for a very important project. And I have come to offer him the opportunity of a lifetime. She approached him and spoke to him. Hyodo, Issei. Do you want to be part of the first group of male tankers in the history of Sensha-Do? Do you want to fulfill your dream? For the chestnut. It was silence. He couldn't believe it. Not even in his wildest dreams could he imagine that this opportunity would pass him by. The dream of his life was within reach, right in front of his eyes. He looked down, and even though he was in front of his fiancée and other people, he couldn't help but shed tears. They weren't the tears he usually shed when he was hurt and told he would never fulfill his dream. But they were of joy. For him. This part of his life, it is. Small part, it was called. Happiness. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he stood firm. Like a true soldier. Hyodo, Issei Participates. Rias shed a few tears as she saw how her beloved had the opportunity to fulfill what he longed for in life. And she would be there to support him just as he was there to support her in his. The woman couldn't help but smile as she saw in the brown-haired man's eyes a passionate soul who wanted to show everyone what he is capable of doing. To shut the mouths of those who said it can't be done. While in the middle of the sea on a colossal aircraft carrier. Where people settled and many lived in harmony. Black Hawk and Chinook helicopters arrived at what is an abandoned base. Where there was a 9-door warehouse. When they landed from the same Black Hawk, Azazel was getting off accompanied by the president of the Sensha-Do Federation. Nice aircraft carrier you have, Azazel. I bought it after their school closed and it was put up for sale. Now I want to get it up and running. But isn't it risky? You're betting a lot here. I'm not the only one who bets on this. A friend of mine does too, and he doesn't care if it doesn't turn out the way he wants it to. Both of them, along with some men, went straight to the warehouses, and when they opened the doors, it was pure darkness. But inside it, there was what for many was a relic. You had this beauty saved. Yes, I did. She is a very beautiful lady. And she is reserved for someone. Both men looked at the object. The machine that will be the beginning of what is the new era. Welcome to hell. In the room where a brown-haired man and a red-haired woman slept. They both kissed each other. It was such a desire as if it were the last day they would be together for a long time. And it was because Issei had accepted the proposal and was immediately officially put on the program. The whole school heard this news, leaving everyone speechless who was insulting and mocking him. In 2 days he had to leave for the place where he would have military training and practice to become a tanker. His mother did not take the news well and tried to stop the brown-haired boy from going, arguing that he was not legally of legal age and therefore needed parental permission. But Issei signed the transfer paper, and in addition to the fact that legally at 16 young people can make decisions such as getting married, however they still cannot exercise the right to vote. So she argued with Issei all night long, demanding things and ordering him not to go to that program. But he stood firm. He did not retreat a single step from the decision he had made. For his dream and pride. The witch she told him that night. That if he left he would never come back. Be with pain in his heart. I accept. The next day he spent the whole day with his beloved Rias, in which they went on a date and had fun in many ways. From arcade games to cinema and more. But as night fell, both of them arrived at the bed. They didn't spend any time kissing and touching each other. They had not yet consumed their love because they wanted to do it the right and legal way. So they remained pure until they got married. And they both hoped that their wedding night would be magical. It was already past midnight where Issei was sleeping peacefully. Rias woke up wearing red lingerie, and just by seeing the peaceful and calm expression of her beloved, she knew that she was now beginning to be happy. With a great dream ahead in which she had to cross a long road. And she would be there to support him. Morally, even if she couldn't be with him physically. Issei, before many things. Of all of them it was your noble heart and your determination that made me fall in love with you. I know that you will fulfill your dream, and when you achieve it, you will have something to tell and motivate our future children. But above all, show those who said what cannot be done that it can be achieved. He had thought that. Touching her hair calmly, contributing to kiss her lips tenderly. And with that he got up to go get a glass of water because his mouth was dry. When she got to the kitchen she drank her water and then washed the glass and went to bed again, but Rias. Bekeno appeared. Along with Asia and the rest of the other girls who couldn't sleep. Because they have not been able to talk to the chestnut. What can I do for you, girls? She asked neutrally. You still have time to make darling give up on going to that program. He shouldn't try it. Irina spoke first. Do you want me to make him give up his dream? He asked, not believing what they were asking him. Rias, we can't let him go like this. He must be here with us, Akeno said desperately. I don't want Issei sent to leave. I want him to stop being a tanker. The only thing that dream has caused is that our group separates without him, were Asia's words. Please, but you. Tell senpai not to leave, the Nekomata begged. The father of my children can't go. Issei must be here with his fiancée. Zenobia didn't want him to leave. Issei-sama can't leave, his program must go back on the air. Make him change his mind. Ravel, despite denying her wishes, she didn't want her beloved to leave. He can't neglect his studies. You must order him that he can't leave school. Ross, despite acting like a teacher, actually didn't want him to leave. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept what she was hearing from her friends' mouths. I didn't think you were going to ask me such a thing. Iridide's demonic aura increased at an alarming rate for those present. I never expected to have such selfish friends who just want to be happy without caring about Issei's happiness. I never expected you would be some damn selfish people who only want Issei as a trophy husband. In the society in which they live, where women have more power and influence over men, the trophy husbands will be those men who are exemplary and ideal husbands for women who work in military companies, such as these and more. That's not true, Rias, Akeno told her. Then why don't you accept that he's happy? Why is it so hard for you to get it into your damn heads that he's happier than he's been since we met him? Why, instead of supporting him, do you just want to hold him back? None, absolutely none answered your questions. That's what I thought. Tomorrow will go away and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I hope that in the time that's not here you'll think carefully about whether you really love him or are just with him out of pure whim. Otherwise I'm going to ask that the commitments you have with Issei be cancelled irreversibly, was the last thing she said before taking another glass of water and going to bed. Leaving the girls not only thoughtful about the Ridide's words but sad to know that Issei could be out of their lives, all because of the selfishness they had. All for not wanting to lose it and just have it. That night neither of them could sleep. Morning is already coming. Janu arrived at the gate of the great Hyodo mansion. She was greeted by Mr. Hyodo who, like Rias, offered her some tea. When they reached the living room, Kasumi was there. Sitting on the couch. In silence. It's a pleasure to see you again, Kasumi-senpai. I'm not your senpai anymore, girl. I see you managed to get into the big leagues. It was thanks to your example of not giving up. You will always be my role model. The achievements you have can only be achieved by yourself. Don't thank me for anything. Hyodo knew that the woman was not happy with his visit. And even more so now that her son was leaving. Your son is amazing, senpai. I've never seen someone so passionate about Sensha-Do. Not even the girls I know can reach that level of determination. He's just as stubborn as you are. The woman did not respond. Your son is special. Of course he is special. If I was the one who raised him, I was the one who brought him into the world, I was the one who saw him that damn day when his love for Sensha-Do almost killed him because of idiots who don't understand what his dream means to him, and now he's going to leave when I expected him to be someone recognized in Hyodo. How do you want me to take this? I'm not the one to tell you this since I'm not a mother. But a mother must support her son, whether in his dreams or decisions. Kasumi-senpai, her son adores her. Every time she told him about her exploits in the fury he. Enough, the matriarch shouted angrily. Hyodo fell silent when he saw that he was getting angrier. That life is behind me. For me, Sensha-Do no longer exists. But that doesn't explain to his son why he quit. Because he broke his only rule of life. Never back down or give up. Is it true, Mom? Issei appeared with a suitcase accompanied by Rias, who also heard everything. What did you hear so much? I heard everything. Have you ever given up in a Sensha-Do? Did you beat an Ishizumi? She got up and went to a window, turning her back on her son and the others. That's in the past now. And you should go now, he said, not wanting to continue with the subject. Please, Mom, tell me. I want to know. How could you give up if you were at the top, succeeding? He wanted to know. But there was a tense silence. Mrs. Hyodo just turned to look at her son coldly while he was still waiting for her answer. Do you think I'll quit? And from his pocket he took out a control where a picture over the fireplace lit up. And it was the headline of a newspaper. Shiho Nishizumi getting revenge. Saunders commander out for season. And a photo of a Sherman tank was shown, but with the turret off its axis, destroyed and some parts on fire. For Issei, this was something he did not expect to see, as well as Rias. For Hyodo, it was something he still remembers since he was there that day. You had a defeat against Kuramoriman in Sensha-Do 47. Shiho Nishizumi defeated you, said the brown-haired boy, assimilating the news. Saunders resigned from me. Nishizumi, after 2 defeats I gave him, was not sporting in that match. Instead he took it very personally, so much so that even with my tank disabled, he kept firing until he destroyed it. When I recovered, my team decided to resign, and I respected that. I expected a big and warm welcome from Saunders, but what do you think they said? You are history. And they gave my position as commander to someone else. They replaced me in a despotic and cold manner. Nobody said anything. The woman took a picture of her as a young woman on the turret of the Fury. I looked at the photo with nostalgia and sadness. I still had so much to give and they wouldn't let me. I couldn't even take my old friend with me. My home. My refuge, my fury. Some tears came out of his eyes. I keep that headline so I don't forget how cruel and merciless that sport is. What you can lose if you make just one wrong step. To remind me that I must not go back when you were born. I thought Sensha-Do was forgotten forever, but I never thought my past would catch up with me. That it would take away what I cherish and love most in life. To my only son. He didn't know what to say to her words. Mom, I know you're worried about what happens to me. But I want to reach Sensha-Do. And not only that. I want you to be proud of me. If you had chosen to be a soldier, I would have been. But now all I feel for you is disappointment. If you have nothing left to say, go away. She turned her back to look out the window. Leaving his son very sad. I'm sorry. She took her suitcase, and then I said goodbye and left, followed by Rias-chanu, who looked sadly at this. But Mrs. Hyodo was now not only sad but also devastated, with tears streaming down her cheeks like rivers. It had never been like this with her son. He wanted to hug her and wish her good luck, but it was his pride that didn't allow it. He cursed his stupid pride 1,000 times. Outside, a military jeep was waiting for them. Issei said goodbye to his father, who wished him good luck. Rias also hugged him and gave him a long kiss so she could bear not being by his side. At the door, the girls watched with tears as he said goodbye. But. Girls, aren't you going to say goodbye to me? Hearing those words and seeing that he was waiting to say goodbye. They came out of the shadows. The first to hug him was Asia, who threw herself into his arms crying with sadness. Issei-san, don't go. I'm sorry for everything I said. But please don't go. Then others came to hug him, begging him not to leave. Asking his forgiveness for everything they put him through. But deep down they knew they couldn't stop him. Hyodo looked at everything with a smile. Although he didn't expect that chestnut to have pretty girls dying for him. And in tears they had to let him go. Smiling at everyone, he said goodbye and left his suitcase before starting to climb up. But he could feel at the door that someone was there. He just smiled. They get up and leave now. The jeep started and after everyone said goodbye and his father left. Inside jeep. You have a beautiful family, boy, he said while looking out the back window at his troops as he walked further and further away. I know they are all my family, Miss Chauno. Saunders still has the Fury in his possession. As far as I know. They still have it, but they don't use it. Is there a reason? Just curious. What she didn't know was that Issei not only had a dream to achieve, but a meeting to hold. We changed the scene. And I say this because now Issei was riding in a Black Hawk accompanied by Ami-chanu. Through the window he could see that the helicopter was approaching what was a huge aircraft carrier with a small city on top of it. Wow, it's bucking colossal. Really? It's almost the same size as the Ori aircraft carrier. The other schools like Pravda and St. Gloriana have bigger aircraft carriers. Really? I have a lot to learn if I want to be the best tanker. Damn, I wish I could face those schools. Ami let out a small laugh at the boy's enthusiasm. But for that you need a team. Several members. And most importantly, tanks. That's true, but I have to make sure my team can fill the 4 remaining positions of the standard tank. An operator, a loader, a gunner, and a communicator. You're informed. Don't worry, once we meet with the rest of the other candidates you will find the ones you need. Maybe you will even become friends. Yes, friends. At that word he had fallen silent. Remembering his loyal friends, the friends he had years ago when he was a child. All 5 of them had the same dream of becoming tankers. But life did not allow them to be together. I wonder what they are doing now. Do they still remember the motto we dreamed about? He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the helicopter landed. It was thanks to the woman that he came out of his state. When they came down, Issei was amazed by the number of boys there were. There were about 50 of them and everyone was talking, others were playing. And others boast of being chosen for their skills. Wow, there are many. I want to know who my team and my comrades can be. Fufu, I hope you find some. I'm going to leave you to get acquainted. I have to talk to some people. Be careful. I will have it, Ami-san. And the moment the woman left, Issei walked among the candidates. They were all almost his age, and there were also younger ones like 13 and 14 years old. But Issei noticed some. There were few who stood apart from the crowd and had serious attitudes. Issei caught his attention, those boys. Those remind me of Kiba when he had his revenge against the Excalibur and slightly of Volley. I was going to keep watching but someone ran into him. Hey, moron, don't get in my way. He was going to respond because the one at fault was that guy, but he kept his words to himself. He didn't want to have any problems on his first day. Sorry. It was an accident. So? Well, knocking out all your teeth will be an accident since you wrinkled my $50 shirt. Calm down, buddy. I don't want to fight you. A few hits will show you your loser spot. For Issei the situation was getting out of hand. And it didn't help much that others encouraged the aggressor. The guy was going to hit him. Issei had to raise his guard. I would have no choice but to fight. But the guy's fist stopped. Don't you think you're going too far, my friend? Someone stopped the blow and with great skill, gave him a palm blow to the sternum to push him away. We all come here to be tankers, not to fight like animals. Issei didn't know what to say or how to thank him. Started with the basics. Thanks. Really? That's all you'll say about not seeing each other for 9 years, Issei Taicho. The chestnut did not understand, but only a few called him that. And they were his old friends. And among them there was one who always had his back. Ichika? Is that you? The one now known as Ichika turned around to smile at him. How long have I been here? You're a bastard. You will pay for what you did to me. He stood up while 2 other guys who were his friends stood beside him. Ichika stood on guard as did Issei. But the attackers felt something on their backs. If I were you I would behave. If you don't want us to leave you in wheelchairs. Or we blow their brains out. The attackers were afraid and had no choice but to raise their hands. Hey guys, now why don't you leave before we run out of mercy? You don't want your expensive shirt to get stained with your blood, do you? The main one nodded in fear and without looking back he ran away with the other 2. But the 3 who threatened couldn't stop laughing when they saw that those guys were threatened with a marker. You guys really are some damn unhappy guys. Ichika joined in their laughter, leaving the brown-haired boy confused. Well, like that YouTuber said. I can't believe this shit was going to work. Or if Issei Taicho. Then Issei recognized them. Shido. Rito. Naruyuki. Long time no see. Issei Taicho. Shido spoke happily. The commander of the Great Red is here along with his team. Rito joined. It seems you haven't forgotten us. Taicho. Naruyuki adjusted his glasses smiling. I can't believe it, we're all here. That's right, do you remember the promise? I haven't forgotten her altogether. Until the end. Until the end. And between hugs and the occasional punch on the arm there was a memorable encounter. And go next. Very well. Everyone, I want your attention, everyone line up. There were 9 people on the podium, they were all dressed in military uniform. 3 women including Ami and 6 men. A 33-year-old brown-haired man spoke into the microphone, he looked as if he didn't want to be there. The young people formed lines as far apart as they could. Issei stayed with his friends and stood firm. To make it short, I am Captain Itami Yaoji. And I was assigned to make sure that the first men's Sensha-Do team is not a mockery. I along with my men. Ahem. The red-haired woman glared at the captain, making Ami laugh. And the ladies. We will train them for a whole month. I warn you that no one here has a guaranteed place. If you came just to waste time you can take the transport and go home, he said, pointing to some Chinook that were there. But you will also be evaluated. And only the best of you who prove that you truly deserve to be here and be tankers will be able to see what is behind those warehouses, he pointed to the warehouses. This won't be a walk in the park. If you have friends, support them and they will support you. If you are alone, we wish you luck because you will need it. Murmurs were heard among them. You have just entered what you will call Inferno. Prepare your souls and minds, because your bodies already belong to us. The man's cold gaze left most people fearful. It was his way of telling all the aspiring tankers. Welcome to hell. Issei, even though he was afraid. Even though he may not succeed, he showed no sign of weakness. I wasn't going to back down. His friends the gang also looked at him and didn't know how. But their determination to spread to them. Why would they go through this hell? Until the end or die trying. Passing the test. In a barracks where there were 10 single beds and where the young people talked. I swear, Ichika. I can tell that Katori got mad at me when I decided to come here, Shido said as he put on his pants. That's nothing. Chifayuni almost killed me when she found out I wanted to be a tanker and leave these for a while, he said, arranging his things. Mikan didn't like that I left even though my parents approved of my decision, so I promised her that when I came back, I would make it up to her, the orange-haired boy said, while taking out books on automotive mechanics and tank designs. And what about you, Naruyuki? The last time I saw you, you were in. Well, he stopped talking as he sat down on the bed next to him. Since you know about a delicate subject. Don't worry, Issei, I'm over it. And I'm sure my father would have been proud of me for wanting to be a tanker, said the boy with glasses while tuning the strings of his violin. That brought smiles to the 4 young people who met. Our economic situation improved a year ago, thanks to my mother receiving a check for $5 million from someone unknown, and she used it to become a partner in the lingerie store where she works. Now we have a better house and food is not lacking. When they offered me to enter the program, my little brothers did not want me to leave. Mom accepted very reluctantly, but Mizuki. She not only cried all night, but she did not leave me alone. She slept with me, and when I was leaving she made me promise her that I would return to achieve my dream. The brown-haired boy was happy not only for Naruyuki, but also for his other friends. Since that money came from the earnings he had on his Dragon Hero program that is popular in the underworld. He only asked his brother-in-law to give that amount to Yugahani's name. And tell me, Issei, how your mother took it. I'm sure she'll kick you out of your house, haha. But Rito stopped laughing when he saw that his friend's gaze turned gloomy. He knew he had screwed her. Which received a slap from Ichika. I'm sure you're being kicked out of your house. What got into you? I'm sorry, I forgot your situation with her. Stop the nonsense, Issei, don't worry. Remember that we support you and we are with you, said Shido, trying to cheer up his friend while tying the laces of his boots. Don't worry. I will do my best so that she can see me with pride, and there is only one way to achieve this apart from the plan I have. I must defeat Meiho Nishizumi. Guramoraman's commander. You know she's very strong, right? She was only defeated by her sister Meiho Nishizumi in the last Sensha-Do, said Rito. I know, but I feel like I have to achieve it. The 4 of them looked at each other, but they know how stubborn the brown-haired boy could be. So no matter what happened, they will support him. Attention. A scream was heard from the entrance of the barracks and everyone rushed to their places. But Issei tripped and got his shirt dirty thanks to the same guy the gang had trouble with. In line, move, quick, move. He stood up as best he could and stood firm. Well, he watched as Shido didn't manage to put on his shirt. Everyone ready. Someone came in. The footsteps of boots could be heard all over the place. And there. It was the same woman who looked seriously at Captain Itami. I am Sergeant Shino Karibayashi and I was assigned to make you a model platoon. However, only 5 of you will be able to stay. The other 5 will go home irrevocably. When I passed by Ichika she looked at him. Your name, Cadet, he ordered him. Cadet Orimura Ichika, lady. You're related to Orimura Chifayu, right? No ma'am, I'm not a lady. Can you see a ring on my hand, Cadet? I'm a sergeant. Lady is for a married woman. Do you sound me, Cadet? Yes, Sergeant. From now on you will be called Cadet Dunce. Because you are. Is that clear? Thank you, Sergeant. She walked looking at the others until she stopped at Rito. There's something strange where Cadet is sleeping. Is it the sheet? Or the pillow? Or maybe because there are some books about mechanics arranged there, what could it be? There is a violin in my bed, Sergeant. If that's the problem, what's your name? Yuki Rito, Sergeant. No. His name is inept because only an inept cannot realize the situation of his bed, and that situation is. But the violin should not be in my bed. Exactly. And how did that violin get there, Cadet? I ask seriously. My partner left it there by accident, he answers, still keeping his head high. And which of these larvae is your fellow cadet? It's me, Sergeant. Yuga Naruyuki said so as not to get Rito into trouble. She approached him, making him a little nervous. Okay, you look like an intellectual. Do you consider yourself a genius? On the Sergeant. So you only have the decorative glasses. Neither me, Sergeant. You're contradicting me, Cadet. No, Sergeant. What is the square root of 7? It's prime number, Sergeant. So if you have the brain to know that an instrument should not be so visible. He was silent for a second. From now on you will be called lazy for not putting your things away properly. Yes, Sergeant. Issei, despite his nerves, did not prevent a laugh from escaping him. Something that caught the woman's attention. Do you find this funny or amused? She asked while standing in front of the brown-haired boy. No, Sergeant. I've seen more presentable young people in an art club than you, Cadet. I feel like taking out a fire hose and dousing you with it. What's your name? I am Hyodo Issei, Sergeant. Upon hearing the chestnut's last name, she opened her eyes a little, then she became serious and strict again. And tell me, how did you get your shirt dirty? I tripped, Sergeant. So you're clumsy? Answer me a question and be truthful. How long did it take you to realize that your girlfriend wanted to be with you? He hesitated to answer. 7 months, Sergeant. The man must be alert to the signs of hatred not only from his comrades and rivals, but also from a lady. If you are not alert to that, you will not be alert on the battlefield. You will be a dead man, Foreman. Yes, Sergeant. If Torp wants to enter the barracks dirty, I give him the order to shower him with water under pressure and in the open air in front of everyone. Understood. She stood in the middle of the place. Alright, larvae, everyone out, training starts now, move. Everyone ran out while Shido went for the shirt. I said move. I only wear my shirt, Sergeant. Didn't I order him to finish dressing, or did I make him a foreman? No, Sergeant, the foreman spoke. Of course not. If you are so proud to show your pack in front of a woman, then the winter breeze won't hurt you. Now move, exhibitionist. He ran without his shirt. Damn exhibitionist. Now in the field everyone was in line. With a rope in his hands. Alright, larvae, today before we move on to training I'm going to teach you something that will be useful to you one day, and if it doesn't, too bad. She takes a rope. Pay attention, this is the hole, the rabbit comes out of the hole. It goes around the tree and then goes back to the hole, now do it. The cadets try as best they can to tie the knot. The sergeant then went to see the knots. We see how they turned out, not bad, Duty said, seeing Ichika's knot. Do it again, nice try, keep trying, have they done exhibitionist bondage to you? No, Sergeant, Shido answered while trying to tie the knot. I'm glad because I don't want any weirdos in my platoon. I already have enough with the Attaku captain. Ichika in his mind did not want to imagine that. Congratulations, you just fell from 15 meters high, lazy bones, he said to Naruyuki, who had not finished tying the knot. In a battle like a Sensha-Do, time is money. Do it again and don't contemplate. Naruyuki went back to his thing. Great, you just hanged yourself, he said to Rito, seeing the knot that looks like the one they make to hang someone. How do you think of doing something like that? Apparently the name incompetence sticks to you. He returned the rope to him. He passed by the others but saw Issei's knot. What do we have here? She took the knot and saw that it had 3 folds. And she put the 2 parts on her chest. Too bad it's not my size. You're tying a knot, not a bra, clumsy. She hands him the knot and he laughs a little. That knot was taught to him by his father. Quickly, larvae, move. The 10 cadets ran in a race of different obstacles. They came out of large tubes. Don't be lazy, move. Issei ran past the obstacles and was almost catching up with Ichika, who was in first place. But when they knew the rope, the guy who tripped him earlier kicked him. Issei, are you okay? Naruyuki helped him. They passed more obstacles like barbed wire and more. Ichika didn't let that guy beat her when she saw the dirty trick he did. But he saw how Issei was catching up to him. Already in the final stretch. Issei and Ichika were fighting for first place, and Issei won by giving his best effort in the end. All before Shino's eyes, who couldn't help but smile with pleasure. You beat me, next time I'll beat you, said the movie, catching his breath. You better, it would be boring if it became easy. Then the others arrived. Issei won, pay me. Shut up and take my money, Rito said to Naruyuki. While Hyodo, covered in mud like everyone else, just breathed but happily saw his companions and friends. And the guy just growled, starting to hate the brown-haired boy for being charismatic. "Alright Larvae, training is over everyone in a row." Everyone lined up and when they did, the sergeant pulled out a fire hose from somewhere and used it to wet them all. The pressure was so strong that it pushed the boys to the ground. Already finishing the spraying. "Okay, Larvae. Everyone has 15 minutes to get ready in the showers. Anyone who spends more than 15 minutes will be punished. Foreman, I want you to make sure everyone gets to the barracks by bedtime." Saying that, he left while looking over his shoulder at the brown-haired boy who was talking to his friends. She had a reason for doing it. She is a great admirer of the one who was Saunders' strongest commander and the one who was the winner of Sensha-Do 45 and 46, defeating a Nishizumi twice by performing incredible feats with the emblematic Sherman Fury. For her to know that her idol son would be in her care was going to be something incredible. Since she could give him more intense training since he can become a commander. His comrades had told him he wouldn't have any problems when they assigned him to his platoon. But there is no one interesting in it. Those bastards lied to me. 7 days passed and in that time 2 of the group were Issei and his friends were deserted and went home. The brown-haired boy noticed how the sergeant was watching him more than usual. He didn't know why, but he wasn't going to let himself be intimidated by that. I was going to pass that test. 13 days of tough tests and training went by and everyone was giving their all. But that aggressive guy always hindered Issei whenever he could, sometimes making him trip and other times threatening him. He had the remaining 2 on his side as his lackeys. But the straw that broke the camel's back was what happened now. The remaining 8 cadets ran in a row followed by the foreman and the sergeant who was in a jeep. "Stop." But they stopped halfway. "Pay attention Larvae, do you see that flag?" Everyone was looking at a Jaitai flag. "That flag marks the halfway point. Whoever manages to lower it can return to the base with me. Try it one by one." Everyone passed by. The aggressive one and the other lackeys tried, but they didn't even manage to get halfway up the flagpole. Ichika tried to use the rope, but it broke. Hyodo used his shirt to climb but couldn't reach it. And I don't care about Naruyuki and Rito. In the end it seemed that no one passed the test. "Hyodo, your turn," shouted the foreman. The loud and his lackeys laughed thinking that he was not going to make it. His friends hoped that at least the brown-haired boy would do something better than what they did. But Issei only removed a screw and a rod from the base and then the flagpole fell like a tree. Leaving everyone silent. And making the sergeant smile. They had only one thought for themselves. Donkey, and it was to be reprimanded. The chestnut took the flag and gave it to the foreman, getting into the jeep. "I'll see you guys at the base," he said to them smiling. You wretched son of a Hichichika didn't deny it. His friends saw their faces. The 14th was the penultimate day where the 5 chosen for the tank would be decided. The foreman was on the lookout while everyone was exercising. While she just looked at Issei and the friends he had. They have worked as a team many times before and have also achieved successes together. They knew that they had motivation and a very strong bond that helped them. But they were only missing one thing. Guts. So taking it in his hand he released it in the middle of the group. Granada. The reaction was immediate, the aggressive one and his lackeys fled like cowards. Ichika and the others had to cover themselves. But nobody expected someone to jump on Granada. Issei threw himself at the grenade, caring little if it would explode and he would die. The only thing that mattered to him was that no one got hurt. It was his heroic attitude that prompted him to do that. Issei Hyodo shouted when he saw the stupidity he did. I couldn't leave him alone. So it was also launched. Ichika, Rito and Naruyuki also launched themselves. They admitted it. It was stupid. But who cares? In the end, after a few seconds nothing happened. Leaving the group and the others confused. And the sergeant's smile was present in a satisfactory way when she saw that things were now clear to her. Those who don't leave a comrade alone are those who will fight by your side and not abandon you, no matter how difficult the situation is. Tankers are a team in a tank. Everyone supports each other and everyone understands that inside a tank everyone either wins or loses. Here my decision is already made. Alright Larvae, everyone in a row and facing the wall. They came out of the situation and trained themselves knowing what awaits them. There goes the water, and as they expected the sergeant sprayed them with the fire hose, leaving them not only sore but quite wet. Remember that pain you have. Because that way you will learn that men must be strong. And I'm not talking about not being hurt or not showing pain. But that despite the situation you don't give up in the face of adversity and you will keep going. Also, that you would never hurt a woman or shed tears among yourselves. If you see one of your partners doing it, punish him and accept the punishment. For the 5 boys this was etched in their minds. Everyone go to the showers and be here tomorrow at 0700 hours. I'll tell you who stays and who goes break ranks now. And so Issei and the others went to the showers. "Hey Issei, what were you thinking when you threw yourself at the grenade?" Rito asked him, drawing attention. "I don't know. My legs moved on their own. I just wanted to keep them from getting hurt. They're my friends, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to them." Faced with the chestnut's words, they did not know what to say. That Issei appreciated them so much was something they did not expect. So from that night on they swore to themselves to be the best in order to help him just as he helped them. But from afar. Someone looked with hatred at Issei, who only laughed at his group's antics. But a macabre smile appeared on his lips. "Are you sure you don't want to come?" Naruyuki asked the brown-haired boy. "Don't worry, I'll just take some time alone. Don't take too long. The foreman will get angry if we're not at the barracks before curfew," Shido told him while putting away his toothbrush. "Okay, see you there." The four of them already left. Issei enjoyed that moment of peace. Looking in the mirror. He has endured a lot of training and sometimes felt like he might not make it. But he was persistent. He kept his word of not giving up and did not take a single step back. For his dream and for those who believe in it. It will not fail them. Until the end. They were his thoughts, but the door opened. "Eyes, I'll catch up with you in a moment, don't worry." Those who entered were not his friends, but that guy along with his two lackeys. And they didn't look very friendly. "Watch the door," he ordered them, and they both left the place. "I don't want any problems. I warned you not to mess with me. Not to get in my way. And now with that fake grenade trick, it's obvious you'll be chosen. I jumped for my friends, not to stand out. I'm not looking for glory like you. Shut up, I'm stronger, I'm more capable, I'm the one who should be here, not you damn Tankataku." He approached with a screwdriver. Issei already suspected the guy's intentions. He lunged at her, trying to stab her with a screwdriver, but she managed to avoid it by moving her hand away and taking distance. "I love Sensha-Do. And I believe that people like you will dirty this sport. That's why I see you as someone weak. You don't have the ambition to want to bend to your will those people who made fun of you for wanting to participate in a sport that wasn't yours. You don't dare to want it all and not let anyone stop you." He attacked again. But Issei was able to not only dodge, but also hit him with knees in the stomach to push him away. "But I couldn't keep dodging forever. I had to do something. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I was stupid not to get cocky. But for me Sensha-Do is not just a sport where you make friends and respect your rivals. For me Sensha-Do is about proving a point. And what is your losing point? It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. We're human, and even if we're different, we need each other, and in the end it doesn't matter who wins, the bonds we make will never be broken. Damn naive man, you disgust me, I will show you that power is everything." Issei managed to see the guy's movement. So with good skill he was able to not only dodge the screwdriver, but also managed to put him in a neck lock. Cutting off his breathing and circulation to his head. The guy tried to free himself. Something he couldn't do thanks to the chestnut's good grip. And so he tried. Until his arms lost strength. And he fell unconscious. Issei, Ichika and Shido came through the door and knocked out the two who were at the door. Eyes. He loosened his grip a little. Something that cost him dearly since the guy took advantage to bury the screwdriver in his sternum. Right where the heart was. Issei. Ichika managed to subdue the guy, while Shido used some towels to put pressure on the wound to stop the bleeding. What's happening here? The foreman and the sergeant along with Captain Itami arrived thanks to Rito and Naruyuki calling them. "Come on Issei, resist." Itami knew what had happened. "Foreman, bring a stretcher and take this boy to the medical room." "Yes, sir." "Sergeant Kuribayashi. Take this assailant and his lackeys to custody. I will deal with them." "Yes, Captain." She, along with some men who had an MP band in their arms, were taken from the showers. While Issei was taken to a medical room where a doctor along with a blue-haired woman were waiting for them ready to attend to them. The next day. Itami not only reprimanded and kicked out those three. Now they had in their files data that would mean they would never enter not only Sensha-Do, but also Sentoki-Do and Hyodo, so they would never be seen in those sports again. As for Issei. He was in a bed in the infirmary where he now had a bandage on his torso covering the wound. The four of them were there not only talking, but also saying how worried they were about him. The afternoon is already coming. 5 groups of young people were there. All lined up with their sergeants ready for what the captain was going to say. "Well, you managed to get this far. You managed to do more than we expected. Now behind these 9 doors are the tanks that will be given to you so you can participate. But remember this." All the young people paid attention. "You left a lot of things at home to try to get to this step you are going to take. You couldn't have made a better choice to want to do this. You shed blood, sweat and tears to get to this part of your lives. The history of Sensha-Do will remember you as the first kids to participate. Make sure you are also remembered as the first to win." "Yes, Captain Itami." And with that speech concluded. The sergeants took the young men to the cellars. Shino took his 5 boys to the warehouse with door number 1. Okay, Larvae. You've earned the right to see what's behind this door. Got it? Yes, Sergeant. Okay, open the door. He ordered 2 MP soldiers to open the doors, and from there, despite the darkness, they managed to see a large tank. When the lights came on, they managed to see a tank that in their eyes was incredible. Era. The T-26E4 Super Pershing. One of the tank models capable of giving a run for its money to a royal tiger. Just as Narayuki said. And he was just like his companions who couldn't believe that his first tank was a legendary one. Shido looked at the long cannon, wanting to know how far he could shoot his targets. Ichika looked at the shield knowing that only a few could penetrate such a defense. Rito looked at the engine having ideas to make it more versatile and also more improvements that would be helpful. Narayuki looked at the communication equipment and put his books of information and data that would be helpful to him. But the one who was most eager to be able to participate in his first Sensha-Do was Issei. He just touched the front of the tank and felt the cold metal on it. He knew that from now on the vehicle would be his home. And with it, they will begin the revolution that will change Sensha-Do forever. This will be my home and my refuge, and I swear that everyone will know your name, because now you will be known as Drag. And on that afternoon, what will take the world by surprise has begun. Many may not agree and will try to make them fail. But Shino watched as they were looking at the tank and as they became familiar with it. If those girls think it will be easy for them to beat my boys, I can bet they will get a big surprise. The first Sensha-Do. The 16th day of the month. It was the one where Issei cleaned the inside with a rag. Ichika carried heavy tools and projectiles of different types on a cart. Rito used a remote-controlled factory crane to remove the engine from the tank to see if he could make some improvements. Shido used a long cleaner to clean the inside of the barrel, covering his face with soot. Narayuki took the radio equipment out of the tank to fix it since it was broken and he wanted to repair it. The 5 of them were working on the tank to make it work properly. Hey Issei, what do you think of this beautiful tank? Ichika asked. Millimeters that my fiancé would kick me out of the workshop because she might get jealous. What Issei didn't know was that he was talking too much. Since the 4 of them looked at Issei as if he had grown another head. Something that the chestnut noticed when he didn't hear his friends working. What? He asked. Promised. There he knew that he had screwed her. I'm so stupid that I can't insult myself. And without knowing how it happened, the 4 of them took him out of the tank and interrogated him with questions of. Who was she? What's it called? How did they end up engaged? Was it forced or was it a decision between the 2? Well, there were too many questions. Until. Attention. The sergeant screamed, accidentally saving the brown-haired boy. They lined up in front of the tank. Alright Larvae. Now that you know the tank, I only want to know 2 things. When will it be ready and who will be the commander, and I need to know them now. The tank will be ready in 2 days, Sergeant. And we have already chosen our commander. That had confused Issei since from what he knew they had not chosen the commander. Well, inept cadet. And who among these is? Among the 4 of us we chose Hyodo Issei as our commander. Huh? Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. I'm sure. You'll be able to enjoy it even more. The Super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is a shy boy who has been through a lot of hard work. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Harasu wa yami bakura no. Where is Aruki Aratita? Rito is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukumori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit 2 Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. The Tori speech. Mikan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Shifai with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. I'm not sure what to do. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged him. But Iki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Hagate Batsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them, which raises smoke and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chip Hot Ann, Orai and Kuramoriman who were waiting for the end of the match. I'm not sure what to do. I'm sorry. But the stug turned into a ramp and the super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. Now I was officially confused. He looked at his companions and they smiled at him, affirming that Rito's statement was true. Now Issei is commander of the super Pershing. Any questions, Cadet Twerp? None, Sergeant. Okay. Go back to your duties, and tomorrow the commander must meet with the other 4 commanders so they can get to know each other and discuss different types of strategies. That's all. And with that the woman left, letting them continue their work. Once out of range. Hey, could you explain to me why you chose me? I'm not very good at this and. You are a good leader, Issei, and you are always watching to make sure that we not only manage to finish, but also that you never leave us alone, said Ichika with a welding equipment. We wish it was you since we couldn't follow someone we don't know well, Naruyuki said holding a screwdriver. And although we will never trust you with our wallets, we will trust you with our lives, said Shido who had the gun cleaner in his hand. He had no arguments to say no to his companions. Maybe they trust him too much. And he must prove that they were not wrong in choosing him. Thanks guys, I will give my best, I promise. The 5 of them had a determination in their souls. They are capable of fighting for each other. Until the fire goes out. They will move on. Another day has come. Issei walked to what was the school that had to close 16 years ago. Luckily it was already remodeled and will soon be open to many young people who want to enter not only Sensha-Do, but also Sentoki-Do and Hyodo. A school with 3 martial arts. A school where boys and girls participate together and have fun together. A wish that Issei would like to see fulfilled. When he arrived at what is the student council room he saw that Captain Itami and 4 young men were waiting for him. You arrived on time, Hyodo, take a seat. He obeyed by sitting down in a nearby chair at a round table where everyone was there. Well, you too. You were chosen as commanders by your teams, so you should take strategies and actions, but there is one issue here that we must fix. This caused a very uncomfortable silence among those present. But we will do it later. The young people breathed a sigh of relief. First you must introduce yourself to your fellow commanders. You go first. Tell us your name, age and also the type of tank you command. My name is Kurage Nikki. I am 16 years old and my tank is a Crusader Mk3. Of British origin. My name is Izumi Shinku. I am 14 years old and my tank is an M14 Hellcat of American origin. My name is Tajo Basara. I am 16 years old and my tank is a Stug 3 of German origin. My name is Kano Tauda. I am 13 years old and my tank is a T-34 85s of Soviet origin. My name is Hyodo Issei. I am 16 years old and my tank is a Super Pershing of American origin. Wait. A Super Pershing? One of the tanks that defeated a Royal Tiger head-on? Tauda asked excitedly. Yes, it is. My team is taking care of some details so it will be ready tomorrow. Wow, I imagine it must be great to direct a monster like that. Shinku was also excited. It's no big deal. Your tank is strong. I'm not complaining about the tank I got, but I admit that yours is superior to mine, Basara had said. I agree, Iki too. Okay, now let's get to what matters. They can't choose who will be the commander and vice commander in a democratic way since they don't know each other at all. So there is a way to do it. Any questions? Shinku raises his hand and the captain let him speak. How will we do it? Simple, as Sensha-Do between you. This surprised the boys as they were not expecting to compete with each other. This will not only solve the problem, but will also help them gain experience in the sport. From there, I, along with the rest of the sergeants, will analyze the faults they have and help them correct them. Issei never expected that. I wish you luck. For now, take this time to get to know each other better, because when you face other schools, you must work together with the one who will be the commander and vice commander. The captain had retired to read the latest Fire Force manga. Issei talked with the 4 commanders for a while and saw that they had more things in common. Tauda and Shinku saw him as their senpai and Basara and Iki as their comrade. The day is coming. The superiors were in a watchtower watching. But the doors opened to let in 2 men dressed in black and wearing dark glasses who were looking at the whole place. Then a 16-year-old boy with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes entered. He was elected twice by the country. The Prime Minister of Japan. Mikagami Tsukasa. Together with the Secretary of Defense. And the President of the Sensha-Do Federation. Attention. All the high military commanders were there giving a military salute. At rest at the secretary's order they obeyed. Thanks for inviting us here. I really want to see how this will turn out. Mr. Minister. The young people we have trained are now at a stage where they can only follow a leader. Today you will decide that Itami had spoken. I'm glad. I want to see how you perform. When do they start? At the moment the tanks are deployed at a distance of 600 meters each. They are just waiting for our signal. Excellent. The satisfied smile appeared on the young minister's face. Like the Secretary of Defense. But there was something the military was wondering about. Why were two important people interested in this small project? While in the area the tanks were in their positions. Each commander waited for the signal. Issei, on the other hand, just closed his eyes waiting for the signal, just like his friends who were at their posts. Right operator. Ichika charger. Narayuki radio metroletta. Shido gunner. Issei commander. This will be our first practice and our first Sensha-Do. I trust you just like you trust me. So Narayuki. What are you doing? I say a prayer. After all, every time I do something important it helps me to improve myself. The remaining three were not surprised by this since they knew the boy with glasses. But Issei had no right to tell him that God had died. So he didn't say anything. All tanks. Start the meeting, get to work. It was Itami who communicated with the tank commanders by radio. And that was enough for Rito to start the engine of the tank that roared with power. And the other tanks started their engines to begin the encounter. The tanks moved at a good pace and did not present any faults. Each commander expected to meet the other. 5 minutes passed. And Issei's team continued heading northeast without any incident. But. Détente. At Issei's command the tank stopped. He went out through the hatch and with his binoculars, he searched the entire area to see if they had already made contact with anyone. I look out into a forest. Lush, with bushes along its edges. Those bushes, could it be that? He looked carefully at that place, and there he saw how the tip of a cannon slowly emerged from them. Issei immediately identified him. Rito turned the tank 80 degrees to the left. The orange-haired boy immediately obeyed by moving the rudders. Turning the tank. And just when they were in position the Stug's cannon fired. The projectile went straight to the rear armor and when it hit it bounced off. Causing a loud noise inside the tank. Ah. So much so that all 5 of them covered their ears. While in the Stug. No damage, it was a rebound. It was the cry of the tank destroyer operator. Shit, the one who was in the gunner's position was none other than Basara. He cursed for not having managed to disable the super Pershing retreat. We lost the element of surprise. In the super Pershing. Shido 12 degrees to the right, Issei ordered. Load. Ichika loaded the shell into the chamber. Shot. Shido already had them in his sights. Fire. And at Issei's command the projectile was fired directly towards the Stug, in which it only grazed the back of the tank destroyer. Damn, I failed. And that was the opportunity for the Stug to escape. Don't worry, we'll go hunt them down, guys. Rito was preparing to go straight for them. No, let them go. Leave them if we have the chance. An opportunity that would turn into a trap. Also the Stug tank destroyer can be fast and can flank us, so it is better not to follow them and look for another target. Issei is right, Rito. We can't fall for provocations. Narayuki supported, as did the others. Shit, how I hate it when they are right. Stop complaining. There will be another opportunity to test the power of the engine you improved, Ichika told him. Tell that to Shido. He's probably depressed because he missed the shot. Stop arguing. Besides, I'm going to hit the next one directly. Okay, let's move. Rito is back on track and good job everyone. The 4 smiled, glad to have gotten away with it, although the Sensha-Do is not over yet. While in the box where the spectators had witnessed everything thanks to drones that flew over the area. There were some with serious looks. Sergeant Shino couldn't stop smiling as she watched her cadets' performance. The super Pershings did well. Positioning themselves in front to avoid flanks and also deciding not to go after an opponent who is fast was sensible, the young minister had opined. Which made the sergeant smile even wider. Although I couldn't sing victory. Sensha-Do is not over yet. The super Pershing crew continued to wander around the zone until they reached a rock bridge wide enough for 2 medium tanks to pass without problems. They entered the bridge but the shell was fired and landed in front of them. Here it is. Shit, where did that come from? Ichika screamed when she heard that explosion. Issei went out to look through the hatch and as he looked around he saw that on high ground there was a Hellcat firing from a distance. Shido 11 o'clock. Charge. Ichika charged the projectile. Shot. Shido already had him in his sights. Fire. The cannon was fired. But so did the Hellcat. Both projectiles passed each other at only half a meter distance. The Hellcat hit the mark. But it bounced off the armor. Ah, was everyone's cry at the sound. The shell fired by the super Pershing not only hit the target. Destroyed its front part. And from the turret a white flag was raised. Disabled sign. Everyone looked. We did it, was Narayuki's shout, and with that they had a brief celebration. But the shell almost hit the rear of the tank. Don't shoot from behind. Ichika looked over a lens that the tank had. Issei recognized the tank when he left. It's a T-34 85's Rito, go to the end of the bridge. At your command. The orange-haired man drove the tank to the other side of the bridge, where he then turned around to face the Russian tank. The T-34 was at the other end of the bridge. And he shot again but missed again. The Russian tank advanced entering the bridge. Hyodo tried to aim at the turret, Naruyuki said looking through the periscope. I have it in my sights, he said pointing. Charge Ichika, charged the projectile. Shot. Hyodo waited for the order. 3 seconds passed until. Fire. At Issei's command. The shell was fired, but the tank managed to evade by a graze. Damaging the right turret armor. The T-34 fired and as expected the shot bounced off. Annoyingly, I told the noise to those who were inside. Shit, Rito screamed because of the pain in his ears. Next time earplugs, Naruyuki reminded them, sharing Rito's pain. The T-34 was half-bridge. Charge. Shot. The shot hit the target as it aimed at his right caterpillar. Leaving him immobile. Reloading, Ichika shouted. Wait. Hyodo pointed to see what was happening, and the others did too. And the tank was trying to move forward even without its caterpillar. Damn, they don't give up, Rito shouted in disbelief. I have it in my sights. It's not necessary, Issei stopped Hyodo. That put the 4 in confusion. They'll fall in 3, 2, 1. And without them knowing it, the T-34 engine emitted black smoke and then fire. I told you. They pushed the tank engine too hard, they didn't improve it properly. A tank with an improved engine can go over 40 up to 80, if done right. An example would be the Kuromoriman tanks, which are heavy, but still exceed the speed limit, said Rito, knowing about engines, agreeing with Issei. Although the T-34 85s is fast, if you force the engine it's game over. It's obvious that it's over for them. I also support Naruyuki. And as they said. The white flag was raised from the back. Disabled sign. There are 2 left. Stug, Hellcat and T-34 tanks have been disabled, was what they heard on the radio. The Stug fell. Who could have defeated him? Ichika asked. There are only us and Iki's team left, who have a Crusader Mk3. Keep your eyes open, guys. We won't celebrate until this is over. Until the end we will fight. We will fight, was his battle cry. And so the tank advanced north, where they hoped to end up, and why not win? In the tower. Who are those in that super Pershing? Asked the minister. I have your files here, Mr. Minister. The Tommy pressed a few buttons to access the files containing the data of the 5 boys. The young minister looked. They were interesting and had qualities. But there was one that caught his attention. Hyodo Issei, son of Takara Goru and Hyodo Kasumi. 2 of the most recognized as Chief Master and Commander Fury, a boy with their qualities. I think this has really caught my interest. I see that there is good material here to be an excellent soldier and tanker. It is a shame that he only wants to be a tanker and would have offered to enlist in the Jaitai, the Secretary of Defense had said. Are you the one who trained them? Mikagami asked Sergeant Shino. Yes, Mr. Minister, they have exceeded my expectations and I dare say that they will go far, very far. She said while watching the tank move forward. I didn't deny it. She was proud of her larvae. The boys remained silent until. Contact at 12. Naruyuki's shout brought them out of their thoughts. Issei looked through the hatch and saw him there. The Crusader Mk3. And Iki was also in the tank hatch. Only a quarter mile separated them. It was a very uncomfortable silence in which only the sound of the tanks could be heard. Hero Iki. He just waved his hand as a come-on sign. But what, he is earning a date with the devil? Rito and the others did not like that provocation. Issei only with his hand the god signal of you down. The black-haired boy smiled and then got into his tank. Issei did it too. Okay guys, it's all or nothing, Rito, it's time for you to shine. Rito smiled crazily. It was worth every damn second of the wait. The tank engine roared just like the English tank. I would tell them to fasten their seatbelts, but since I don't care about safety I didn't put them on. Everyone laughed at Rito's words. Ahahaha, why are we laughing? Is what Hyodo asks himself nervously. Naruyuki, do you know how to pray? Pray that we get out of this, Ichika asked. Okay, I will do it. Both engines roared. It was only expected that the other would start. And by pure chance a bird landed between the 2 tanks. Only Allah was pecked at. But seeing the tanks. That roared. He took flight. And at the moment when the bird will leave the ground. The caterpillars turned at full speed to start. Both tanks went straight towards each other. The exhaust spit blue fire. Increasing the speed further. And at that speed. Boom. Boom. The shells flew straight into the tanks. But those projectiles, when they rub against each other. They strayed. The tanks managed to avoid a head-on collision. But the track still spinning, they managed to turn around and return to the attack. Ready to fire, Ichika charged the projectile. I need to aim. Hyodo couldn't aim well because of the movement. Issei, wait until I give you the order. The tanks again avoided colliding, but the French grazed so much that sparks flew. Then they turned to face each other again. They stopped. And it only took 3 seconds. To start over, but now it was time to finish. Issei. Not yet, he said to Ichika. They will approach. Issei. Not yet, he said to Naruyuki. There were already 200 meters left to collide. Issei now, Shido shouted, fearing the worst. Already at 50 meters. When both tanks increased speed. Fire. Boom. Boom. Everything happened in slow motion. The shells came out of the cannons. They managed to cross paths. One went to the right track of the Super Pershing. The other went to the front of the Crusader. And then. Boom. Both of them lost control due to the impact and skidded uncontrollably. Ah. And without being able to do anything. They collided sideways. Hurting from within. As the smoke cleared, the drones watching everything with their cameras could see a white flag. About the Crusader. It was official. The Super Pershing won. Issei, who managed to recover, came out through the hatch and saw the flag. We won, guys, we won. We won, yes. They left the tank raising their fists in victory. While Icky came out of his tank somewhat hurt with some scratches. Seeing the flag, he just sighed, accepting that he lost. But I don't expect Issei to get on his tank and help him out just like the others who were helping his team out. Nice meeting, it was amazing. Issei extended his hand in gratitude and mutual respect. Icky didn't expect it, but he didn't deny that the meeting was incredible. So he shook his hand. Yes, it was. I look forward to the next one, being at your service, Commander Hyodo. Likewise, Sub-Commander Kurigane. Then a track truck carried the disabled tanks, and the others went in them in each tank. And their commanders, upon getting off them, greeted Issei, accepting him as their commander. He returned the greeting. The great Sensha-Do match, the outcome was incredible, the Secretary of Defense had praised. The military applauded, as did the President of the Federation. The sergeant couldn't be more proud. Not only his boys won. If not, he earned extra money since the bets were against his larvae. As for the minister, he couldn't stop smiling at such an outcome. Azazel was right, this will be fun. Already at dusk, the boys were in a restaurant bar where they celebrated. The 5 teams did everything. Overdue. Karaoke. Drinking competition. And some boast about the relationships they have with their girlfriends. But you could tell that they respected and loved them. Amidst all the hustle and bustle, Issei left the place and called someone with his iPhone. Well? Hello, Rias. Ice. Because of the Mao. You finally called. How are you? I was so worried about you all this time that I didn't hear from you. I've had a very hard training since I entered the program, that's why I didn't have the opportunity. You don't know how much I wanted to hear your voice. Me too. The nights are hard if you're not with me. I miss you so much. I know you're fulfilling your dream, but I miss you too, Rias, those nights where I sleep snuggled on your chest breathing in your scent. I would like to be by your side right now. Me too, if you would just tell me where you are, I would gladly go there. Both lovers talked for a long time, where they not only expressed their feelings but also talked about things that had happened to them. Issei, on Ria's side, knew that several boys had tried to flirt with her, and that made him very angry, wishing he was there. Rias, on Issei's side, knew that the sergeant was very strict to the point of using a fire hose on him, something that almost made her go mad with fury. But he also knew about Granada. How the hell did you even think of jumping on a grenade? Maybe that should have been saved. My legs moved on their own. Sorry. No forgiveness. When you come back, you and I will have a talk that you won't like. Did you hear me? Tell me if you understood, Hyodo Issei. Yes, ma'am. He heard from the other side, that his fiancée sighed. I know I can't stop you from doing crazy things like that, but at least I want you to be safe. The brown-haired boy couldn't help but smile, knowing how much his beloved Riteed knows him. I won't tell you not to worry, because I'd be lying to you, and I hate that. But what I do promise you is that when this is over, when I fulfill my dream, I'm going to make sure to make you happy until my life is over. Ice, his beloved, could not help but fall more in love with his chestnut. At our wedding you will have a beautiful dress. Better than the one you had at your engagement with Razor, although it doesn't matter what you wear. You will always be my goddess. She was blushing. I will dedicate a song to you that expresses everything I feel for you, and on the honeymoon I will not let you sleep. She blushed more. Our children would be a boy who has your pride and stubbornness, and a girl who has your beauty and shyness. I stop it, you're going to make me faint. She didn't deny it. She loved when he expressed his desires and his love for her. All of them, but more than anyone, you are my motivation to keep going and not take a step back. And I care little about what they say to me. I love you, and I already want to be your husband. And for you to be my wife. I wish that day would come, and our children Soma and Mio, and finally enjoy old age by your side in a cabin far away from everything. In them. The love was real and pure. As pure as the soul of an angel. Are the gods of other universes sadistic or evil by making their versions do things that they would do? I have to hang up Rias even if I don't want to. I know. Please be careful. Call when you can, it doesn't matter if it takes you a long time, but please call me. You don't know how much I think of you, Rias. You are my first thought of the day, and more than anything my driving force to continue calling you would be what would give me the strength to not give up. Whereas. Goodbye Rias, I love you. I love you too, Ice. And with that the brown-haired boy cut the call, but not before sighing and wishing to be with his beloved Redeed. With his Rias. So her name is Rias, huh? He turned around to see his four friends smiling at him mockingly. How much did you hear? Everything was their blunt response. So we have a Romeo in love. This is incredible. Rito, neither slow nor lazy, bothered him. Come on guys, my relationship is none of your business. Then you don't deny it. Our commander is in love. It was Ichika's turn to mock. Don't you have anything better to do? Why don't you go back to the party? He asked them, trying to change the subject. But it didn't work for him. So it was better to go back to the party. Issei and Rias. They are in love. And they both want to kiss. The four of them sang in chorus, annoying the brown-haired boy even more. How mature he blushed at that, and at the same time he cursed himself for not having seen them and thus avoiding the embarrassment. And so it continued, and the rest of the four teams also joined in. This and other moments are and will be those that Issei and his friends will have. Without knowing that. There will be those who stand in your way. We are. On the 25th. In the workshops all the teams helped each other, some taking advice about the engine and others adding some details to it. Rams on the front similar to those found on modern tanks to knock down walls. Smoke grenade launcher to confuse rivals. Hooks with steel ropes to immobilize an enemy. And the best. Put a thick rubber sole on the wheels so you can continue even when you lose the tracks. And more improvements they want to make. Well, that was happening. The commanders were in the council room where they were discussing some matters with Captain Itami. Do we have to choose a name? Issei asked. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Hirasu wa Yami Bakura wa. I'm here with you. The super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Hirasu wa Yami Bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Rito is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukumori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit two Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Vittoria's speech. Lycan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Defy with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ainwa.u. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85ths, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Hagate Batsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them which raises smoke and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chip Hot Han, Orai and Kuramoriman, who were waiting for the end of the match. Ainwa.u. I am sorry. But the Stug turned into a ramp and the Super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. That's right, and you should have one by the end of this month as we will be leaving and you will be on your own. The supplies, parts, spares and ammunition you need will be sent to you. The residents of this aircraft carrier hope that you can win and get them back on the map. We can't let them down, we have to win, said Tauda excitedly. I already want to face the best schools of Sensha-Do. Shinku was also excited. Listen, calm down, we still don't know who we're facing and you already want to jump into a fight. Basara had said, trying to calm the younger ones down. One question, Captain. Go ahead, he gave the floor to Ikki. Will we be allowed to make strategies and upgrades to our tanks as we wish? As long as they don't break the rules established by the Federation and are not harmful, then it is allowed. Any other questions? Nobody said anything. Well, the meeting is over for today and tomorrow you must give me the name and logo so that this school can be up and running on its opening date. The teachers and the director have been hired as well as the nurse and the students have already been enrolled. This school will depend on you, so I wish you the best. Yes, sir. Already leaving and finishing, everyone went to their barracks. But Issei had something in mind. Since he was told that it was not possible to achieve his dream, it was always an obstacle that he wanted to overcome. Now that he is fulfilling his dream, can you imagine the look of disbelief on the faces of those who sought him out? A very good revenge. Revenge to avenge. But these thoughts, he got up and searched through his things for a notebook and pencil wherein the drawing. Something that would define him as well as his other friends. Now that I have that ready, I take out some blue colors. And he painted the drawing. Already having it ready, he just smiled with excitement. Everyone will like this. Already the next day. Issei meeting the commanders. Okay guys, yesterday Captain Itami asked us for a name and a logo for the school, and let me tell you that I already have one. Who is it, Commander? Ikki asked. Before I show you, I want to ask you a question. When you wanted to be tankers, wasn't there someone who always made fun of you? For them, that question made them remember those days where they really weren't good at all. There were always people who made fun of them and also told them where they should go. As if society itself ruled their lives. Men can only enter Hyodo. If you were born a man, that's where you could go. Cannon fodder. They didn't want that. Commander, why are you asking us that? I can see in your eyes that just like me you went through a lot, but you still persisted until you became what you are now. I know that deep down you want to shut the mouths of those who hurt you. That would be a good revenge. Revenge? Our revenge will be to win this year's Sensha-Do. Those we face will underestimate us and think we shouldn't be here. Make them eat their words by winning. What are you trying to get at with this, Commander? Simple: to avenge not only what has happened to us, but also to avenge those who suffered from this discrimination, and those who will suffer if we do not stop this. For those who see hope in us, we are their avengers. Nobody said anything. In fact, they were still looking at Issei. The chestnut thought that maybe it wasn't a good idea. But. Avengers, Ikki said. Avengers, Basara repeated. Avengers also Tauda. Avengers, Shinku finished. But those words from the commanders. He understood that they are now. Avengers. 5 days passed in which the Jaitai military helped them with advice and more. The sergeants who trained the teams passed on their final advice. Each one became fond of them in his own way. Even Sergeant Shino took her boys to a bar where they celebrated, and she, very drunk, told them how proud she was and that if there was a war she would gladly fight by their side. Apart from the fact that there were guys who wanted to take advantage of his condition. They will never forget how he left them after that fight. But in the end they deserved it. They had to apologize to the owner for all the mess they made. But they did not deny it. In the end, they were grateful that she had trained them. And her teachings will never be forgotten. Now they were all gathered together. The military being in uniform. And the young people in military cadet school uniforms. And there were students too. Boys and girls alike. But some teachers and the new director. And the residents who also supported the inauguration. Itami spoke on stage. Today. In this month that we have trained you. You will embark on a transcendental path. To be the first men to participate in a Sensha-Do and to show a traditionalist society that gender does not define your future or what you can do. You will not only be those who will face prejudices, but you will also be the hope and the symbol of motivation for a great change. That will be in the minds and hearts of many for countless generations. I speak to you of glory, young people, the true glory. The applause was present. On the idea of Cadet Hyodo, who is the commander. The school will be called by this name. From the middle of the courtyard, 2 soldiers uncovered a statue that was covered with a black tarp, and on it was shown the emblem of what would be the new school. I present to you the mixed school of martial arts Avengers. The applause became louder again. As did those on stage. We have already trained them and now they will be ready. More comrades will join them in their fight. More will support them. I wish you the best of luck, young cadets. Congratulations for getting through this hell, because now you are already tankers. And without waiting any longer. The cadets threw their caps into the air in celebration. Everything was good. The students entered. What are the facilities? The teachers began to introduce themselves. But the cadets were saying goodbye to their sergeants who were now beginning to leave, thanks to a bus that was waiting for them. Each team esteemed its sergeant. Among them. Issei along with his team met with Sergeant Shino. Well, Larvae, I have taught you everything I know and knew you had the guts to go through this hell and get here. Make the time I spent training us worth it. She looked at them. You fool, be more attentive, and when you finish here, don't continue being an idiot. Because if you continue being an idiot and play with a lady's heart, I'm going to find you and cut your balls off with a rusty scalpel. The sergeant's expression scared them, and even more so Ichika. But then a hand rested on his shoulder. She smiled at him sincerely. Be a good man, dunce. And treat them well. Thanks, Sergeant. She went to see Rito. Inept, I know there are times when you can't stand things, but remember that your life is what you decide and want. Don't forget that. Be someone incredible. Thanks, Sergeant. Then he went to see Shido. I hope Exhibitionist doesn't see you showing your pack to a girl, and if you do I want it to be the one you really want, maybe where you were there is one that likes you, don't be a princesso, and have manners like a gentleman, because those manners form the man you have inside. Thank you very much, Sergeant. Then he went to see Naruyuki. Lazy. They don't know what you know. They don't have the intellect that you have. But still, to them, you are their equal, and that is what matters to them. You are their friend, make sure that if anything they don't know, you clarify it for them. As you say, Sergeant. And the last one, Clumsy. Now facing Issei. You're the pillar they need. They trust you more than anyone else, just as you threw yourself at a grenade to protect them, throw yourself into the problems for those who need you. Take care of them and take care of your fiancé. The brown-haired boy blushed. He then looked at his friends who were smiling mockingly. I only have one last request, win and shut those morons up. Yes, Sergeant. And without them expecting it, the sergeant hugged Issei and with her hands together with the rest in a group hug. They hugged back and stayed like that for a few moments. Until it was time to leave. She was heading to the bus and from a distance they were watching. You trained them well, Kobayashi, said Captain Itami. Thank you, Captain. And I know you will go far, she kept smiling and knowing that she did a very good job with those larvae, her larvae. I know they will be the ones to start the Sensha-Do revolution, and I know they will succeed. I know, Captain. And so they both boarded the bus, but not before she looked at them one last time and got on. And so the bus left. When will you invite me to dinner? I don't understand what you're talking about, Kobayashi Itami asked, confused. You know it, I'm tired of being friends, I want to be a couple, she said, looking at him seriously. I don't plan on getting married again, and it was true. I had already gotten out of a marriage. You're not one to make plans, so I want my date. And so they will argue all the way. I think they had something going on between them. 3 days passed where classes began and where the 5 teams practiced not only their tactics and aim, if not also that they interacted with others. The girls at the new school got along well and some formed relationships with one of the boys. Issei received many invitations and also some declarations, but he rejected them in a polite and kind manner thanks to the teachings of his friend Kiba. His team too. But they wanted to focus on their activities. And more Ichika, who has her friends waiting at the Issei Academy. But one day. The live broadcast was held at the Tokyo Stadium of the Federation. It was an announcement by the Federation. This was seen by all the girls' schools. Miprin, what do you think will happen? I don't know, I just hope it's not serious. And in the stadium. Shino Nishizumi, the principal of Kuramoriman School, was serious. I didn't know what was going on. Hola, Shino Nishizumi-san. Next to him sat someone he knew. Junu-kun. You were also summoned here. I wasn't going to miss this for anything in the world. After all, I contributed. What did you contribute? You'll see. The woman was going to ask him more if it weren't for the fact that the president had already arrived with that guy. Someone who gave Orai trouble. The aircraft carrier manager and a shameless son of a hitch. Rent Tsuji. And from the look on his face he wasn't happy at all. The president in front of all the cameras and all the journalists spoke about many things. But just when you thought it was over. Before I finish this, I'm going to make an announcement. A new school is entering the 65th Sensha-Do tournament. Many are asking why this is happening. Well, this school is coeducational, and the participants who will enter this tournament are boys. This caused a lot of surprise among the reporters who were asking questions everywhere. A very noticeable frown on the four-eyed guy. The gasp of disbelief from the head of the German academy. We have seen changes, and this would be the first school where the male gender will have their participation, and if they manage to stand out for the following year, the boys will be accepted in the Sensha-Do. Some women were unhappy with that men in Sensha-Do. Many had the mentality that they would taint their elegant sport by their savagery. There will be a friendly match where they will have their first encounter. And the new modalities that I have announced will be put to the test. This match will be in 3 days and will be seen nationally, that would be all. And in the face of demands he withdrew. Tano smiled, and when he looked at Nishizumi's angry face, his smile grew even wider. What the hell is that old man thinking? Sensha-Do is only for women, and it is written like that. She was angry. Cheer up. I think it was about time for Sensha-Do to have a change in tradition. You said you contributed. So you knew about this? Maybe yes or maybe not. Respond him. The military was retiring. But don't tell him anything, infants. I'll just tell you that what you did in 47. It hasn't been forgotten. As the woman left, she didn't understand what he said to her until she remembered. He remembered something that gave him a bad reputation at that time. TCH, she got what she deserved. I hope I never see her again. What he doesn't know is that there will be a very reunion. Uncomfortable. Ladies, my fellow comrades, I want to tell you that if we face them, we will have our children. The girls of Anzio screamed while Mussolini gave his speech. Anzio will be recognized not only for having defeated the first male team to enter the Sensha-Do, but also for having them at our mercy. They will not resist our delicious pasta. Oh go 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 go. I hope our Deuce knows what she is doing. Wanting to challenge someone whose strength we don't know is very dangerous. We have to trust her, said a black-haired girl to a blonde while cooking pasta. They allowed a group of boys to participate. Alyssa was surprised. This is really unexpected. What do you think, Commander K? I don't know what to think, Naomi, but I would like to know who they are and if we are going to fight them, she said while eating a hamburger. But deep down I had a feeling, one that was very difficult to describe. These morons will fall before the great Katyusha. And I already want to fight so they can learn who is in charge in the motherland. Katyusha-sama is more motivated than usual. I think he wants to beat those guys to boost his little ego. Nah Clara, I told you many times to speak Japanese. I hope they can catch up with me. How fast will they be? No one can beat my speed. I couldn't tell you, Rose Ship. And Darjeeling-sama told you not to run. Darjeeling-sama. The aforementioned was talking on her iPhone where she had a serious look. Something's wrong, Darjeeling-sama. Eyes in Sensha-Do. This is a complete lack of respect to this sport. Those savages should not compete. Don't you think so, Commander? Commander? Nishizumi just had a serious look. She felt that this year's Sensha-Do would not be an ordinary one. Why do I feel like I'm someone's target? What is this feeling of inferiority? Miprin, did you hear? There's a boy group in this year's Sensha-Do. I wonder how many will fall in love with me. Miho, don't know. What do you think? I don't know. We don't know who they are and also what their training and style is like. I just hope we can see them in action so we're ready. That's what Miho said, but she has a feeling that she and her school will be involved. I was hoping it wouldn't be like that. Gentlemen, our opponent for the friendly match has been chosen. The 5 teams were present on one stage, plus the students who met. Everyone was waiting for Ikki's announcement. Commander, do you want to give the news? The brown-haired boy nodded and Ikki stepped aside to let him speak. And before everyone. Friends, in 3 days we will face one of the strongest elite schools. Everyone paid attention. They would be the first opponents. Those who will face us will be St. Gloria. Avengers vs St. Gloriana. So your school will be the first to face those savages. The commander of Pravda had spoken, who gathered all the commanders on her aircraft carrier for a tea party. That's right, Katyusha. They gave us the honor of being their first official Sensha-Do. I won't deny it. I'm a little excited. The English blonde drank her tea. You are facing an enemy you don't know. We can look for information about them. Mayho also spoke while drinking tea. It is a pity that Pravda does not have the privilege of teaching them what their place in the world is. Men must be only cannon fodder, little Stalin said arrogantly. Katyusha-sama. I hope you don't say such things in front of them. They can be dangerous. Nana scolded her. HMP, they are nothing compared to our schools that have been in this sport for years. Nah. Your Sensha-Do will be broadcast nationwide. Darjeeling. Humiliating them to that level would be very extreme, Mayho spoke. But at the same time they will send the message that men should not even be in the Sensha-Do. Those savages will only make themselves look ridiculous, Erica spoke. Believing ourselves to be better than them will attract us to problems. We must be careful not to provoke them. Miho Dono is right. There is a reason why men were feared in the Second World War. They fought battles before the Sensha-Do was created, said Yukari supporting her commander. I hate having to be cautious, but it's the only thing we have left. I wish I could at least know who they are. Commander Saunders really wanted to know who they were. I can tell you if you like. All the commanders and deputy commanders looked at the entrance of the room. It was Chunu who had arrived by invitation. Instructor. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Tarasu wa Yami Bakura wa. I'm here with you. A super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Tarasu wa Yami Bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Burrito is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukimori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Muradi. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit 2 Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Hitori's speech. Lycan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Defy with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ainwa.u. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Hyodo fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Hagate Botsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them, which raises smoke, and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chiphat-an, Orai and Kuramorman, who were waiting for the end of the match. I am sorry. But the Stug turned into a ramp, and the Super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. I'm sorry I'm late, I had some business to attend to, he said as he sat down at the table, and Nana served him tea. Instructor, you said you could tell us something about them, Yukari asked kindly. Of course. After all, I contributed to his training. And I was at the inauguration of the Avengers Military Martial School. Avengers? In English it means Avengers, Darjeeling explained to Anchovy. That name is so ridiculous. Avengers. I would call them losers. Katyusha-sama should not make fun of others for their name. Let me be Nana. Miho wanted to ask why that name, but she kept that doubt to herself. Only those boys could understand the reason for his name. As I was saying, the school has the purpose not only to educate but also to motivate both genders to participate in the 3 military martial arts. Those who are now in Sensha-Do were kids selected for their talents, gifts and also for having a blood relationship with a relative who participated in the military martial art. They may be new, but they have motivation and determination, and that is what matters. Instructor, can you tell us who they are and if possible what tanks they have in their formation? Miho asked, wanting to know. I'm sorry for you, but I'm not going to reveal that to you because it would be very unfair. But I can tell you who your commander is. All the commanders and deputy commanders paid attention. His way of doing things is very direct, but at the same time he is also cautious. When he has the opportunity he will take it if it is to save someone of his own. He was nicknamed Red because his tank has a red Welsh dragon painted on the sides of the turret. The Welsh dragon. Like the story of the celestial twin dragons. Darjeeling knew that story, as did her sub-commander. Every girl in St. Gloriana knows that story. That's right, he and his team are good, and despite the tank they can move at high speed. But he's also someone who can catch you off guard if you're careless. The girls' gazes were serious for the high-ranking instructor in the Jaitai herself to admit that. It means it would be true. His name is Hyodo Issei, and with a hologram disc, he showed the general data of the teenager. Each of the commanders looked at the hologram seriously. Before them is the boy they were probably going to face. Katyusha saw him as a weak boy. But at the same time she admitted in her mind that he was somewhat attractive. She was already formulating plans to have him at her mercy as her lackey. Darjeeling looked seriously at the picture. He could tell from his academic status that he was intelligent and of good conduct, with no criminal record or charges. Maybe I could make him a good gentleman. Anchovy thought he was looking at a soldier from the Eagle Legion, one of the most famous legions in ancient Rome. He could have found his centurion. Miho looked seriously. He saw the boy being bullied and further assaulted and feared he would take Sensha-Do personally. I wanted to be prepared to stop him. Her sister, however, was different. Miho saw in the image that his eyes were not those of a bad boy who seeks to make others suffer. She only saw someone calm who is afraid of hurting others. Someone who doesn't fight out of cowardice but doesn't fight because he knows he's going to win. And finally. Hei smiled flirtatiously when she saw that the boy did have his thing and good looks to delight the eyes. Commander Saunders loved the shy and tender ones because she likes to play with them. It was his way of being. But as I looked at the data, as I read one name and more names, his face turned into one of total shock. Something that everyone noticed. Hey Kay. What's wrong? Katyusha asked when she saw his expression. No, it can't be, this can't be possible. Hey, what's wrong? Darjeeling was worried about her friend and colleague. But he unexpectedly stood up from his seat. I'm sorry girls, but I have some things I need to attend to. See you later. Naomi, let's go. She understood and left with her commander. Leaving the rest confused and Achano smiling with complicity. Knowing the reason for his attitude. Naomi, I want there to be surveillance during entry and exit times. I want to avoid possible infiltrations and leaks. And I also want our most famous tank to be moved to a hidden warehouse and only a few people to know its location. Commander, because she is upset. He is just a boy. He could not fight us. Naomi, that boy is the son of 2 great legends in Sensha-Do and Hyodo. Legends who are at the level of Nishizumi. I still don't understand. The Master Chief, also known as Roosevelt's Demon, and the Furious Commander, also known as Saunders Fury. Don't those names ring a bell? The girl still didn't understand until she remembered that those nicknames were very well known in the American style. This has to be a bucking joke. How is it possible that those two had a son and he was the commander of this group of boys? I don't know. But what I do know is that I can't afford for him to want Fury back. I know he has the right to do so because of what Saunders did to his mother, but I can't give him up. Commander. It's not that I don't believe in you, but perhaps the fact that the son of Saunders Fury has entered this year's Sensha-Do and that your suspicions are true about the recovery of Fury is perhaps because this is already something inevitable. Remember that book from that history teacher. Control is just an illusion. I know Naomi, but I don't know what we can do. I just want to fix what Saunders did to her. I just want the sin that this school committed to disappear. Commander. Come on, Naomi. There's work to do. It was the last thing he said as they took a boat to his aircraft carrier. The blonde just hoped that her school's sin wouldn't affect her girls. The afternoon has arrived. And on the Avengers aircraft carrier. The boys in their workshop were putting away the tanks after a day of practice and rehearsing strategies. The commanders met in the college meeting room. Issei, apart from being named commander, was also named president of the student council by popular vote of all students. It was good that he knew how to do the paperwork. Although it is very stressful for him. And it was also good that his friends helped him. I don't understand how this is so easy for Kaicho. Already finishing and gathering the team, Ziki made them see a map and the image of a military base. Okay. The meeting place will be at an abandoned military base that the Jaitai donated to Mext. We don't know what kind of tank St. Gloriana will use, but the limit should not exceed 15, so we should expect the worst. They will be defenders who have to protect a building. The block image was shown as the main building. The win Sensha-Do. Our objective is to take the building and raise our flag on the flagpole. The rule is this. If the defending team manages to hold their flag for 6 hours or disable all of our tanks, they win. But still, if we manage to raise our flag or disable their tanks, we win. We can't have a solid strategy, so we have to go with the alternate strategies we've tried. Any questions? None of the commanders and their teams asked questions. Well, Commander. Issei took the floor. Well. First of all, I want to tell you that once we get in there it will be as tankers. They may outnumber us or they may not take us seriously. Don't expect a warm welcome from people who support St. Gloriana because they may be traditionalists who still don't accept us. But that doesn't matter to us. Here on this aircraft carrier they support us and we can't let them down. Commander, a question. Said a young man from Tauda's team. Issei louder. Many of us left our homes to come here and be part of the Sensha-Do. We left families, friends, girls we love. We know that the welcomes we will receive will not be good, but at least we want to know if what we do and are going to do will mean something. There was silence in the room. No one said anything. There was fear in the boys. The leaders tried to calm them down. But Issei asked to speak. I understand. In fact, I understand almost everyone here when I see their faces. There is fear in their eyes and a lack of security in their minds. Enough to question why they are here. And I understand. Years of mockery and aggression cannot be forgotten from one month to the next. We still fear that it is a false illusion. That lowered everyone's morale. But this is all real. Everything we had to go through to get to where we are was real. This opportunity is real. We are living the dream that has become real. Everyone had their attention. Let's make what we've been through worth it. Ignore those who don't accept you, you'll win their hearts. Don't fall for provocations because they don't know what they're doing. Don't take this personally, since St. Gloriana has nothing to do with it. We are better than the men, we know that. They motivate themselves with their words. Tomorrow we will show all those who hate us. All those who support us. St. Gloriana. That we will fight until the last tank. With the last bullet. Until the end. Together. With the last man we will fight together. Sir, yes sir. There was a silence, but it wasn't a tense one. It was one that defined that the boys were already motivated. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at 0700. Let's do it right and as best we can. Let's make history, gentlemen. The day has come. The aircraft carrier was entering the port of the hometown. Cars were coming down the ramps. The tanks came down in a row with logos on the sides of the turrets and on the frontal armor. The T-34 85s had a wolf logo. The Crusader MKV had a lion logo. The Stug 3 had a rhino logo. The M18 Hellcat had the Jaguar logo. And finally the Super Pershing had a red dragon logo. The commanders were looking into the tanks. People greeted them. And there were more who supported them. Until the massive aircraft carrier St. Gloriana arrived. It was much bigger than his. And 11 tanks came down from the ramps. 1 Churchill, 2 Crusader Mk3 and 8 Matildas. Everyone was going down. Darjeeling, who was in the Churchill, managed to see the rival tanks. He admitted that his team was balanced for an offensive. But he could tell who was in the heavy tank. It's him. Their commander. The commander of St. Gloriana did not deny that the chestnut had appeal. Like the other team leaders. In a medium stadium. Many people had gathered. The judges dressed in black in arbitration. The large screen linked to drones and a high-tech system showed the emblems of each school and a VS in the middle. In one entry arrived Darjeeling with her subcommander's orange pecan rose ship in a carrier vehicle Mk2. At the other entrance, Issei arrived along with his subcommander and one of the team leaders. Which are Iki and Shinku in a Willys MB Model 42 military jeep. They got out of their vehicles and looked at each other face to face. The only thing that separated them was a white line. Almost 60% of the audience booed the boys, and there were some who threw glasses and other things at them. They ignored that. They stood firm. The English were disappointed with the public's behavior. I apologize on behalf of St. Gloriana. I didn't think you would hate them so much. Darjeeling spoke for the first time since he arrived. You don't have to apologize, miss. We know that we wouldn't be accepted so easily. He didn't pay attention to it. I still feel like all this is my fault. We will move forward together. And we will overcome this together. I'm glad you're optimistic, Am. Issei Hyodo Issei, and I hope we can enjoy a good match. Miss Darjeeling. Issei extended his hand in friendship. She had a smile on her face. She knew now that the young man in front of her was someone who was not seeking revenge against them, he just wanted to prove a point. To which she shook his hand and sportingly they expected a good game. The desire is mutual, young Hyodo. I do not intend to give you any advantage. I would be offended if you did, miss. I expect the best from you. Likewise. Maybe I'll invite him to afternoon tea after this. Do you have dessert? Of course they can never be missing. I'll be there. And so with a bow the two groups retreated to their vehicles. Of course the commander of St. Gloriana was very happy to know that the commander of the Avengers was not like the others say. Although he still has a doubt. Why was Kay afraid when she saw her image? At the Hyodo mansion. They were all preparing in a movie theater where they would watch Issei's official Sensha-Do. The girls had snacks ready. They also went to the Citri group where Sona also wanted to see the Sensha-Do. There was only a little left for it to begin. This will be Hyodo-kun's first Sensha-Do. I bet you're excited, Rias. I am Sona. He is officially a tanker now and I am looking forward to seeing how much he has grown. I hope to see him fulfill his dream of winning. By the way, where is Mrs. Hyodo? Irideed was a little sad when she heard that question. She's locked in her room and Mr. Hyodo stayed with her. I think you'll see the Sensha-Do there. I feel like she still hasn't forgiven herself for what she did to Issei. I understand, but we know Hyodo-kun and we know that he adores her and loves her, so it will be soon that they fix their differences. But the meeting is going to begin. At Asia's warning, everyone took their seats and on the screen you could see Issei and all the members gathered together. Holy Father. We thank you for this glorious day that you have given us. We know that part of your master plan is for us to raise our flag and win this match. Naruyuki was giving a prayer. As he usually does, and everyone had their eyes closed. Issei was grateful that Michael gave him immunity to prayers as it would give him a headache. We do not doubt ourselves, but with all humility we ask you to give us the ability, the power and the speed to be able to win this match and show those that we deserve to be here. Everyone watching the broadcast couldn't say. Asia, Irina and Zenobia prayed for their beloved to win. Humbly and under your grace we ask you, Lord Jesus. Amen. Naruyuki finished. Amen. Nothing is difficult, Ichika said. Everything is a challenge. In adversity, Shido spoke. To the stars. To the last tank with the last bullet, together to the end with the last man. We will fight. 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 And breaking the circle, already very excited, each team went straight to their tank. You know what to do, guys, let's do it right. Each one took his position. The operators started the engines. The gunners checked the mobility of the turrets. The magazines accommodate the projectiles well. The radio people check the communications. And the team leaders ready and waiting for the signal. 5 minutes passed and in the sky they managed to see the green flare. Forward. And at Issei's command the 5 tanks advanced. All in a spearhead formation with the Super Pershing in front. The Stug 3 and the Hellcat to its right. And the Crusader and T-34 to his left. Everyone moved forward, maintaining formation. The emotion was evident in them. His first official Sensha-Do had begun. An Orai. The tank crews looked at each other. Some of them looked at the tanks with amazement. More Yukari, who was too excited to see a legend that was the Super Pershing. But Miho looked at the commander. I noticed the charisma he had. I noticed the leadership. I noticed that it provided security. Something that only a few have. She wanted to meet him. In the other schools where the meeting was being broadcast, the commanders analyzed the chestnut and hoped to have something for an advantage. And more Katyusha, who had an arrogant smile, as if looking at a new toy. But Kay, unlike the others, hoped to find something to talk to him about. Hyodo Issei, please don't approach Saunders. I don't want to fight with my idol's son. What he doesn't know is that their meeting will be inevitable. Defai watched the meeting, as did everyone who knew Ichika. Aoki was still angry with him for leaving. Charlotte wanted to see Ichika and her team win. Cecilia smiled arrogantly as she saw not only the dragon team, but also hoped to see Saint Gloriana in action. Laura wanted her wife to win, even though she didn't like the fact that they used an American tank instead of a German one, especially since it was the nemesis of the Royal Tiger. Rin was happy not only to see Ichika in action, but also to see another childhood friend Issei. I was hoping that Irina had already made her move as I had advised her that day. But among all of them, Jafai was hoping for only one thing. That his brother should be careful, not in the meeting but in the path he has decided to take. Ani-chan, you can do it. It was Mizuki who, along with his little brothers and his mother, watched a match in a better house and on a more modern screen. She just hoped that he would fulfill his dream so that she could finally see him happy. Rito, take care of yourself. Maiken, like Lala and the other Deviluk sisters. Yumila and Maya. Yui and Haruna. All the acquaintances expected the victory of the Avengers team. Let's go, Shido, Toka encouraged. All the spirits were in the main room cheering for Shido. And among all of them Katori also supported. I hope I can defeat many tanks with that cannon, Kagaya encouraged. Origami also hoped to see Shido fire the cannon. I hope and shoot inside me too. Those words made the girls blush a lot. Agreement. I would also like the same. Yuzuru was not missing. Darling is going to win, I know it. Miku hoped to sing a song to her beloved Shido. I hope I win, although I still don't understand what's so special about a tank. Natsumi couldn't be missing. Shido-san is going to win, of course. Ushino the puppet spoke to the little girl of rain and ice. Katori only wants one thing. Shido comes back. With his dream fulfilled. For Issei, the sensation of feeling the air on his face on a tank was indescribable. It was their time. Hey Taichu, how about some music to lift your spirits? Millimeters, I don't see anything wrong with it, so do it. Naruyuki. Inside, Naruyuki put on a song to which all the tanks began to play. A song they knew. Issei. I am so high. I can hear heaven. I am so high. I can hear heaven. Oh, but heaven, no heaven, don't hear me. All. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as we all fly away. Iki and Basara. Someone told me love would all save us. But how can that be? Look what love gave us. The world full of killing and blood spilling. That world never came. All. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand ringwood. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as we all fly away. Hi, aye, aye. Everyone claps their hands to the rhythm of the guitar and drums. It was a song that describes each of them. Out. Now that the world isn't ending, it's love that I'm sending to you. Shinku. It isn't the love of a hero, and that's why I fear it won't do. All. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. I'll hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as we all fly away. And they're watching us. Watching us. And they're watching us. Watching us. As we all fly away. And they're watching us, and they're watching us as we'll flee away. Yeah, 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 yeah. And they're watching us, and they're watching us as we'll flee away. Yeah, yeah, wee-hoo. This was just the beginning. They arrived at the place. The leaders went down to do reconnaissance, and as they looked closer they could see the base. It was a standard base with one main building. The concrete walls were high, and there were anti-tank trenches. There was no way in except through the main entrance where there were 4 Matildas and a Crusader Mk3. Issei looked through his binoculars and saw that the one on the Crusader was one of Darjeeling's companions. Rosehip. There are 5 tanks protecting the main entrance, and the remaining 5 are in the surroundings. Iki also looked with his binoculars. The Churchill is in the main building protecting the flagpole. They didn't make it too difficult here. Basara looked and saw that it wouldn't be easy. Senpai, how are we going to evade the guards at the door? Tauda asked. Live bait. The chestnut looked at someone in particular. Just like Iki and Basara. Hyodo was the last to see his blonde companion beside him, who seemed to not understand, but then he smiled. What a great idea, Commander. I've heard that English girls like prince like boys. Now we just need one who will volunteer. The 4 of them looked mischievously at Shinku. It must be someone blonde. With blue eyes and good looks. Maybe someone blonde and an ant. The glances became more noticeable. So much so that he already realized. Why are you looking at me? I'm bored. It was the pink-haired girl who guarded the main entrance. She was excited to take on those guys and let them know that no one can outrun her. But when they looked at them head-on, she liked that blonde blue-eyed guy. I would be a prince. The girls were talking, waiting for them to appear. Wanting to meet one of them. I wish it was within my reach. And then, as if his wish had come true, the Hellcat was descending from a dirt road at high speed. The girls prepare to shoot, but when they see that he stopped, they don't do it. They didn't know what was happening. Rosehip wanted to know what he was up to. The boy who was in his thoughts came out of the tank hatch. The blonde. Bijam, my dear miss. Those words in French made her blush. With deep pride and great pleasure. It was as if he were presenting himself before her. I present myself with dignity as your prince. With an elegant bow he launched himself at the lionesses. Rosehip had drool on the corner of his lips. He was the perfect guy. She didn't care if he was younger than her. She just wanted to have him as hers. Or do you expect me to sing the whole song? Get us out of here now, he shouted to his operator, very terrified. The tank turned at full speed and moved away. To him he immediately ordered. And all very excited they went straight for him, shooting at his tank. Don't run away, come into my arms, he shouted while his tank fired. The Hellcat was fast and was leaving her behind. It's time to hunt my prince, he thought, ordering to increase speed to reach his prey. While at the main entrance, the 4 tanks were heading there. I can't believe this shit was going to work, Basara said, unable to believe that. Language, Iki reprimanded. Tell me about it. And I had the idea. Issei did not deny his impression. Poor Shinku, I think he won't be able to get married anymore. Tauta felt sorry for the blonde. I think they should have given him condoms just in case, Rito said jokingly. I will beg for his soul, Naruyuki said. But. Well, we have to move on with life, Shido said without importance. With friends like them, why do I need enemies? Is what Ichika thought. The tanks entered and immediately retreated to cover more ground. The plan was to get those at the door out so they wouldn't raise the alarm and then go in like ferrets into the rabbit hole. Darjeeling drank his tea calmly. For a moment now he hadn't received any complaints from Rosehip and he was glad. Wait a minute. Rosehip stopped complaining. He immediately contacted her by radio. Rosehip, what's up? I'm chasing my prince and I'm almost there. What are you talking about? Aren't you at the main entrance? What? Boom. Boom. Shots were heard. The boys are at the base, they are attacking us from the west wing. Here they attack us from the east. Darjeeling could now see that he had the enemy inside the base. He had to hold his position and prevent them from taking the main building. All units hold your positions. Orange Peak is trying to prevent them from getting close to the main building and Rosehip is returning to base. But. It's an order. Darjeeling had never raised his voice. But now she was upset. Annoyed to have fallen for such a common strategy. I shouldn't have underestimated them, now I'm paying the consequences. The Rhino team moved at good speed, avoiding the projectiles of 2 Matildas. The Wolf with good maneuverability moved avoiding the projectiles of 2 other Matildas. He managed to shoot one of them out. The first one had a white flag and the other Matilda backed away. The T-34 chased them. But almost in the center. The Leon tank crossed paths with the sub-commander. Orange Peak. They both shot and moved hoping to eliminate the other. The orange-haired girl couldn't do anything against that tank, that is a taller model. I hit him with everything I have but he doesn't back down. She didn't know what was happening. Something is not right here. Orange Peak, go back to the main building. But Darjeeling Sama can't do it. They will have free reign too. It's too late, their strongest tank is here and I can't beat him alone. That left her stunned. If there was no way to get to the main building without going through 3 paths which they were watching. How was it possible? She couldn't think any further when she was pushed by the explosion of her tank's engine, marking it as disabled. It was the Stug that managed to attack from the rear. But. The tank destroyer was hit twice in the rear. Marking it as disabled. It was the 2 Matildas who were chasing him. But they were finished off by the Lion tank, which received the attack of their projectiles well. And the last one to flee was hit by the T-34 shell, marking it just like the others. Commander, we managed to disable the rest, we lost the Rhinos and also the Jaguar. Secure the area. I must take care of the commander before reinforcements arrive. Opposite the Churchill was the Super Pershing. And behind the heavy tank was an open wall. You went through the buildings shooting at the walls to get to the main building, said the blonde, very surprised. You could say I shot my way through, Miss Darjeeling. The brown-haired boy spoke seriously. I must admit, not even I would have thought of such an idea. Thanks for the compliment. But now I have to put my school flag on that flagpole. I'm sorry. The Super Pershing's engine roared mightily. I will not be able to allow that, young Hyodo. She got into her tank and it fired a shell that hit the turret directly but could not get past its heavy armor. The heavy tank did not respond with a shot, but 4 grenades exploded from the sides, causing white smoke to spread throughout the area, leaving the Churchills without visibility. "I can't see it." She ordered the tank to retreat, wanting to avoid being overtaken. A few seconds passed, and when the smoke cleared, he saw that the rival tank was still in the same place, with the cannon pointing to the ground, which confused her. What could he be up to? And without expecting it, in slow motion, the Super Pershing shell shot straight to the ground beneath her, but it bounced off and deviated upwards, hitting the rear of the Churchill directly, and doing boom. That the engine will explode, leaving not only Darjeeling and the commanders watching the encounter stunned, if not also to all those present and spectators, since they had just seen something totally absurd and outside the laws of physics. It was impossible. She emerged from the hatch, staring in disbelief at the white flag on her tank. And then he saw how the brown-haired boy came out of his tank holding a flag in his hand. He went straight to the flagpole. And he prepared to take down St. Gloriana's to remove it and put his own. And pulling the strings, the flag was raised. The Avengers flag. The horn was blown to signal that the match was over. "How did you know the projectile was going to deviate at that angle?" she asked, wanting to know. Issei pointed his hand at the ground and she looked at him. "The floor is made of cobblestones. Better than concrete for wet areas and more resistant to projectiles." But that she understood everything. "I see you used the smoke grenades to make me retreat, thinking you wanted to get past me. But in reality, you made me retreat on purpose so that I would be in the angle of your cannon and not suspect your intentions. You led me into an improvised trap. I apologize if you feel offended by losing this way." He had a docile look. She came out of her tank and faced the brown-haired boy. He thought she was going to yell at him, but "No, the truth is I wasn't even a real challenge for you, young Hyodo. I accept that you are better than me." "Not at all, I still have a lot to learn, and I know that you will also learn from this defeat. As we all do, because defeat is the best teacher." "Your words are wise, young Hyodo." The brown-haired boy smiled and holding the St. Gloriana flag folded evenly, he handed it to the blonde. "I'm just a gutsy idiot who believes that people can change. There are times when I wish I could stop being so naive." That surprised the blonde, since those words were ones that describe himself. I was going to ask him why he had that opinion of himself, but a track truck had arrived taking his tank and he had to withdraw from the area. After thanks for a good match in both groups. There were good moments in and of themselves. Rosehip almost possessively hugged poor Shinku. So much so that it took the help of several boys and girls to separate them. Then they talked and exchanged advice and other things about Sensha-Do. Some entered the tanks looking from inside. Others chatted happily with the boys when they saw how polite and respectful they were with them. But Darjeeling was looking for the chestnut so she could invite him to tea, but she found him sitting on her tank. I was very pensive, looking at the sunset with a serious look. With some melancholy. In his hand he had his iPhone. She must have deduced that he had spoken to someone, and by his mood, he did not seem very happy. I was going to talk to him. "I advise you to leave him alone, miss." But she was stopped by Hyodo, who deduced the commander's intentions. "Do you know what happened to him?" she asked. "I try to talk to his mother, but she is very proud and doesn't want to know anything about him." She was shocked. How could a good boy like him have a mother who wanted nothing to do with him? "It would be best not to bother him, miss. There are times when a man must deal with his problems alone." And with that Hyodo retreated to see that Rosehip was again trying to take the poor blonde into the dark. He sighed as he understood the reference, so he went to save him along with others. Darjeeling could notice the sad look the brown-haired boy had. But when reporters came to interview him, she saw him sigh to get off the tank and put on a smile. A fake smile. The reporters threw their questions. "Hyodo Issei, how do you feel about winning your first official Sensha-Do?" "I feel proud, not for myself but for my boys. It was thanks to them that we were able to win." "Do you have any fear of those who do not accept them?" "I don't have any, since no one can live in fear." "Any message you want to give?" "This is my message to all those who wish to achieve a dream, and society does not allow it. The freedom to decide for ourselves is a right that belongs to all of us." "Is there anyone you would like to thank?" "There are many people, many of them have supported us in what we have started, but for me there is someone special, Mom. If you are seeing this, I hope you are proud of me." The blonde understood everything. The good man who has a strong and firm determination. The good humble man who has no dark desires in his gentlemanly heart. The good man with a good heart being hurt by the pride of the woman who brought him into the world. For him, his mother is one of the most important people in the world and he fights to gain her approval. A unique wish. Hyodo Issei, there is no doubt that you are unique. I hope to see you achieve your dream come true. I hope to see more of you and that determination that makes you unique because you won an admirer. The blush appeared on the St. Gloriana commander's cheeks, and she likes that feeling on her chest. The commander fell for the innocent charms of the avenging dragon. Will there be others who fall before him like she did? Meeting and dealing. In the dining room of the Avengers school. The 5 teams arrived and were greeted with applause and cheers. Some girls rushed to kiss their boyfriends who were part of those teams. Issei along with his boys received greetings and more cheers from the people. Each student saw in them their heroes. They were cheered as heroes. Hope had returned to the school that was once bankrupt and now full of life. For the chestnut tree that watched boys and girls share this moment of happiness. It was unique. This puts a smile on my face. The Avengers school with the victory they obtained were already on the lips of many. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Darasu wa yami bakura wa. I'm here with you. The super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Darasu wa yami bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Hyodo is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukumori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit 2 Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Hitori's speech. Mikan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Defy with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ainwa.u. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Hagate Batsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them which raises smoke and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chip Hot Han, Orai and Kuramoriman who were waiting for the end of the match. Ainwa.u. I am sorry. But the Stug turned into a ramp and the Super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. At the Hyodo mansion. The girls were having dinner with Kiba, Gasper and the Citri group. They were celebrating Issei's victory. They wanted to be there to be with him. Each one spoke about each moment. But they found the distraction that the Hellcat guy did funny. Something that is talked about a lot on social networks. And her lover's innovative idea of shooting his way through and slow shooting was something they did not expect. Even Sona who is more specialized in tactics never expected that. Rias suspected that her friend would ask for another chess match and if her intuition doesn't fail, her now Issei could beat her. And that could not be allowed since he already has enough with the girls in his group, he no longer wants to get close to the brown-haired boy. When he passed by the room he saw Issei's parents watching the replay of Issei's match against St. Gloriana. Shoot your way through. I remember doing that with a bazooka and a Hyodo against the German Rommel school. Me and my platoon cleared a hotel that was the meeting base. You were always the first to go to the front, darling. You are not far behind, my dear. That thing about the deviated angle of the projectile was something you taught him. Yes, that was before that day. Rias could tell that the woman was still sad about what her son had to go through. All because she wanted to avoid his fate. You just wanted to avoid what he wanted to do and from what we saw it was something he was destined to do. Seeing how our son has done things, I realized that everything I did and tried to do was wrong. My fear of seeing him almost lose his life that day has made me hate myself. I should have supported him, I should have told him that he could do it and now he got to that point by his own strength. The woman shed tears filled with pain and regret. What kind of mother am I? I'm worse than a cuckoo. I don't deserve him to still love me. Her husband was filled with pain. His wife cried and could not do anything. Okasama. Both adults looked at the redeed who smiled in understanding of their feelings. Some time ago I had asked his son why he didn't hate Rainer. That angel who had played with his feelings. He had told me some words that still surprise me today. She sat next to him and took both of their hands. He told me that he can't hate something that was already there and that in the end it couldn't be avoided. In the end he not only forgave me for not being able to do something to save him, but he also forgave her. In the end when I killed her she died with a smile and regretful for having played with his heart but grateful for being forgiven. Rias-chan, what are you trying to get at with this? What I mean is that he never gave importance to what has happened and what will happen. Because yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. And today is a gift that he values very much and he calls it present. At those words the lady began to understand. Your son will never hate you. Because he considers it a waste of time to hate something that has already happened and will never change. He loves her and that's not going to change. Asumi looked at the redeed. Thank you Rias-chan. There is no doubt that my son is in good hands with you. I know we've told you this many times, but please take care of him. Oka-san, Odo-san. Nothing would make me happier than to finally marry Issei. That moment was not only full of feelings, but also one full of reflections. What Oka-san? Asia had arrived in the room and looked very fearful. What's wrong Asia-chan? Someone is looking for her. He says he has known her for a long time and they are coming with more people. Do you know me? Let them in. The blonde nodded and went to the door. A few seconds passed and Asia arrived, but she was with two girls. But behind them was someone the woman knew well. Someone he never expected to see again in his life. So much so that I was bewildered. How long Kasumi-senpai? He was who he once was, he respected. Many years. Shiho-kun. In the workshop. The boys were working on their tanks. They repaired the damage that the Stug and the Hellcat had. Hyodo advised and gave some advice on some things regarding the engines and some improvements. Shido calibrated the super Pershing sights. Ichika made some repairs to the armor of those tanks, with the help of several. Naruyuki taught about the advantages of caliber, armor and inclination to others who took classes, and many were happy with him for being a good teacher and tutor. Issei, who was looking at some documents from some records and archives, had a serious look. Since there was something that had to be fixed. We need more tanks and more guys who want to join us. Any problem, Commander? He looked to see that it was Ikki who was also searching the archives for any record of tanks. None. I was just thinking about the team's needs. If it's about the tanks, we'll find them. If it's about the candidates, there are plenty of them. There's no need to worry, senpai. I know, Tauda. But it's a bit difficult for me, since we'll soon be entering this year's Sensha-Do tournament. Even so, the message has already been sent, Commander. We are already on the lips of many and we are also on YouTube, our game had 20 million visits. You're right Basara. Although Shinku's video is also widely viewed. Commander, he claimed while arranging some papers, being embarrassed by that moment. By the way Shinku. We had a lot of calls from Rosehip. She asked when you are going to visit her. Ikki asked him jokingly. Stop being like that with me, that girl is very forward. Come on Shinku. It's not that bad. I try to get into bed after the celebration we had that night and you tell me it's not that big of a deal. Okay, you are right here. But you should at least give him a chance since his commander told us that he does things quickly. His pace is so fast. So much so that it overwhelms me, Basara-senpai. I just wish I could make him stop. Asking someone who likes you to stop doing something they like is wrong. My friend the brown-haired boy got up from his seat at the desk and approached the blonde. I can see in your eyes that you like her. I feel that you both like to play cat and mouse. But remember that a relationship is between two and not one. Cheer up, tomorrow we will go to the St. Gloriana aircraft carrier, and there you will see her, she told him, while putting a hand on his shoulder. Cheer up, Prince Gendarme. Obviously she mocked, causing him to get red marks on his temple. Hey, senpai, which gendarme prince? It was Prince Charming. If that's why. That's why I say he was the gendarme prince, said Tauda, still not understanding. That caused a laugh in Ikki. Basara also laughed, but then he noticed something on some papers. Hey, I think I found something. The five of them approached the commander of Rhino. It says here that a man reported a pile of rusty scrap metal near the bow of this aircraft carrier. Maybe it's a tank. What do you think about it, Shinku? I don't know, Tauda seems fake. We have nothing to lose by investigating, Ikki suggested. Issei took the report and looked at it. I'll go with my team to investigate. You guys save and go rest, tomorrow will be another day. They felt in agreement with their commander. As the door opened. They were the crew of the Red Dragon. We're back and everyone has already gone to rest, Shido had said, somewhat tired. Thanks guys, we appreciate it. You're welcome, Ikki. Issei, where are you going? Ichika asked when she saw the brown-haired boy putting on a jacket. I'll go, or rather, we'll go investigate a report on a pile of scrap metal. We could assume it's a tank. Any volunteers? We'll go anyway, even if we don't feel like it. We can't leave the symbol of hope unprotected, Rito said, making the brown-haired boy a little embarrassed. Since on social media they called him that for inspiring many. There were several who almost praised him as a hero. And several girls who sent him the pack. She blushed even more when she remembered those racy images. Girls must not know that or else I will sleep with the fishes. The four of them went straight to the place. But a very strange and distressing feeling was felt in his chest. So much so that he stopped for a bit and his friends noticed. "Hey Issei, are you okay?" "Yes, Naruyuki. It's okay," he said to get back on his way. But even having that feeling. Why do I feel this way? In the living room was Kasumi. In front of her was Shiho, who was still smiling mischievously. On his right side was Meiho Nishizumi, the commander of Kuramorman. And to her right was Erika Itsumi, who was arranging a chessboard, chess pieces and a quick play clock. But Kasumi was not alone. Rias was on her left and kept her serious gaze at the commander. But she answered seriously. Akeno served tea to them as she also took a seat on the right side of the brunette woman, looking at the sub-commander with an elegant smile. Something that Erika just looked at the brunette as if she were less. The Gremory group was present. Even the Citri group were there as spectators, except that Mr. Hyodo took the boys to the basement to talk about some things. I didn't want to be in the crossfire and have them suffer for it. 18 years of not seeing each other, who would have thought that your son would give me reasons to pay him a visit? I can see that you haven't changed at all, Shiho-kun. I really hoped you had been happy in your life. I am the director of Kuramorman and I am also respected in the Sensha-Do community. I have what I want. If you have what you want, could you tell me the reason why you came to my house? And I stopped by to see an acquaintance. Coming from you, nothing is good. Nishizumi's arrogant smile became more present on her face. Okay, let's play a game like in the old days when there were moments of glory. I don't think playing chess is your reason for being here. It is partly, but I know you well enough to know that you never pass up the opportunity for a good challenge. He takes two pawns of different colors and with a smile, gives Kasumi the choice. There was a moment of silence. Mrs. Hyodo felt like she was walking into a trap, but there was no way out now. If you came here, why would I be angry? Then sink into the turnips. White. Shiho, being satisfied, put the pieces in place. Starting the game. If you know chess, I'll put it this way. Remember that the letters and numbers indicate the position of each piece's move. White pawn f4. Black pawn c5. White knight f3. Bird opening. A passive move. I don't want to believe that senpai came back as a coward. Black pawn d5. Sicilian defense. Your arrogance is above sea level. That is the most used play. White pawn e3. I won my arrogance. That's why I'm successful. What are you? Black horse f6. A united family and a very big one. Can you understand that? White pawn b3. I wouldn't understand that waste of time. Black pawn e6. White bishop a3. Black bishop d6. White bishop b5 check. Black knight c6. White knight c3. E. Black rook f6 and black king g6. D. White knight b1. Black pawn e5. White pawn to black pawn e5. Black pawn to white pawn e5. White bishop retreats e2. Black knight e4. White knight to black pawn d5. Black knight f3 check. White bishop to black knight f3. Almost few understood the movements that the two adult women were making. Rias and Sona, as well as their queens, knew that Kasumi was cornered. Although he didn't show it much, it seemed like he didn't care much. Meiho and Erika were paying attention. Erika was starting to smile proudly, making Akeno frown. What do you want to prove with this? The older brunette asks him. It's not what I want to prove, but what I want to make sure of, senpai. I'll ask you another question, Shiho-kun. What do you want with my son? It's not funny if I say so. This would be like Normandy, something that could not be forgotten. Black queen h4 check. White pawn g3. Black bishop to white pawn g3 check. White pawn to black bishop g3. Black queen to white pawn g3 check. This worried Rias and the others when they saw the tense look on the woman's face. And one of satisfaction in the director of Kuramorman. It's turn, senpai. They all thought that Kasumi was going to give up, but without even seeing it coming, Kasumi made her move. With a very superior aura. White king e2. Black knight g5. Shiho just moved, wanting to finish. But Kasumi moved. White queen f1. There was a very heavy silence. The girls of Kuramorman were waiting for the headmistress to make her move, but they looked at their principal, who was confused, totally confused. Rias and Sona were trying to figure out why he was so confused. But they could see that on the face of the Hyodo matriarch there was a smile. As if he had been reminded of something funny. You still don't forget those days, do you? The first time we faced each other I did the same thing as my son. You didn't expect a shot from the ground. The director began to frown. And the second time was something you won't forget, and because of what I discovered, you still keep it in your memories. So why don't you throw away your king and get out of my house? Miho and Erika could see that the woman they were accompanying now had great anger and resentment compared to that of Hitler towards Stalin. You were always an open book. Your knight to my bishop f3. My queen to your knight f3. You will move your bishop to g4 trying to organize yourself as always. I will move my knight to e7. You will move your king to h8. My rook to your pawn h7 check. What the hell? Was everyone's question, and especially the girls from Kuramorman. Your king to my rook h7. My other rook to h1. Your bishop to h5 and my queen finishes off your bishop h5 check, and in this case it would be mate. Rias and Sona began to analyze, and it turns out that it was a correct move. Just like Miho and Erika, who still couldn't believe that their director really didn't have a way out. Shiho looked at the board knowing that everything she said was true. He always cursed that she was always one step ahead. He never considered that third meeting a victory. He was never able to prove that he was better than the fury of Saunders. Leave now before I humiliate you in front of your daughter and your student. She didn't say anything. Her gaze was shadowed by her hair, and she only went with her right hand to her king. That brought a smile to Rias and the others' lips, starting to admire Kasumi as someone amazing. But then. Shiho started laughing. Something that made the Hyodo matriarch tense. And when the director looked up, she just said. I was not mistaken. Your son will be an excellent husband for my daughter Miho. Those words were like a bucket of ice water to those present. And in slow motion Shiho with her index finger through her king. And a glass of tea from Hyodo's hand slipped from her fingers until it fell to the ground and broke. Nobody expected this. What do you mean by that? Kasumi held back the urge to yell at Shiho. I asked a district judge for a marriage proposal. Now my daughter will have a boy who is worth it, and now more so seeing that he has all the qualities that you have, Kasumi-senpai. Maybe I could never beat you, but at least my daughter will have a good husband, and that will be a victory for me. Knowing that your son will join the daughter of the one who made you retire from Sensha-Do. And without caring, the Redeed hit the table with her hands, moving the pieces. Miho put her hand on a Luger P08 from her jacket, as did Erika, who had two behind her on her lumbar. But with only one hand from Shiho, they kept their weapons in their holsters. And what makes you think that I'm going to sit back while you take my fiancé away? Rias looked menacingly at the woman and then looked at Miho, who was attentive to any movement. Ara. Don't think we're going to accept this. Akeno was the same with Erika, who was tempted to take out her weapons ready to finish off her director's threat. Rias. Akeno. Sit down. They looked at her as if they didn't believe she would say that to them, but she did say it. To which they obeyed. I'm glad you have them under control. And about the request, it's simple. I came so we could come to an agreement. But you won't have a choice since the request can't be cancelled. So can we talk? Girls, go away. Leave us alone. Hiro Okasama. Nothing will happen, Rias-chan. Trust me. Miho, Erika. I want you to go out too. Understood. And so everyone left, leaving the women alone, who were still looking at each other. You have me eating out of your hand. Why do you want to reach an agreement? Because among equals we respect each other. And I also want to know how far your son can go with my doctrine and his gift of seeing things. It was his same gift that gave him victory against Saint Gloriana, just by seeing and knowing the material of the ground. And the same gift that made her win not only now, but also those years. Your son is a diamond in the rough, and I want to polish him. We'll make a deal. Just pray to whatever god you worship. Don't regret what you're going to do. I hope things don't change between us, senpai. Because without respect we would be nothing more than beasts. You must be Miho, right? Rias asked the brunette who, along with Erika, was watching the doors of the living room. I am. You said you are Issei Hyodo's fiancé. I'm sorry about this problem. He apologizes to the Redeed for what just happened. I know it's not your fault. But can't you do something? It's your sister who's getting engaged to someone she doesn't know. My sister wants to meet him. And it is not in my power. What happens now? And you agree with this? I asked him. Would that be of any use? He replied. Both girls. They remained silent. Erika, who was in her job of guarding the door. I looked at the others with some curiosity. They seemed angry about the fate of the son of the Fury of Saunders. He didn't deny it. Knowing that the son of a legend was starting a movement. No revolution. It was hard for him to believe. But in the past Saunders was feared by Kasumi Hyodo. Since many commanders preferred to avoid it and not be victims. And now she knew why she was feared at that time. Her son must be as strong or much stronger than her if he is indoctrinated by the director. We would have another Fury, or worse, a lethal war machine, feared not only at a national level, but intercontinental and globally. He followed his gaze on them. Obviously only a girl knows what another girl knows. The signs were clear, they all wanted the chestnut. Offered was his mocking comment. Which they deduced well. Ara. There is another problem with it, Sumi-san. None. I just look at the scene and wonder why are there so many girls in a guy's house. And then I answered myself with another question. Does that guy have a harem? There was silence between the two. Fufu, that may be true or maybe not. I'll leave it to your imagination. If it was true, then what do you see in him apart from his abilities? There are so many guys in the world and all of you only want to be with one. Why? She asked. No one said anything. But Ravel spoke. How could we explain something that even we can't understand? That confused the dangerous girl a little. We only do what makes us happy and being with Issei-san makes us happy and vice versa, Asia said. We spent a lot of time with him and thinking about a life without him would be something we couldn't do. Irina also spoke. We love him and seeing him happy is what matters to us. Can you understand that? Asked Kaneko looking seriously at Erika. But she couldn't understand it. He just narrowed his gaze. For me that doesn't make any sense. The doors opened. And out of them came Shiho with a satisfied smile holding her chessboard. We withdraw. Meiho and Erika died. She watched Kasumi leave the living room. Are you going to accompany me to the exit? I don't want to be rude to you, Shiho-kun. Outside the residents of the mansion were surprised. It was because the director had come in a limousine with 2 tanks as escorts. They were a Tiger I and a Panzer V Phantom. Meiho climbed onto her Tiger and Erika onto her Phantom. Asia stood behind Zenobia. I was afraid of those war machines. Entering. The tanks, at the director's order, turned their turrets, pointing their guns at the mansion. What do you think you're doing? At Ria's scream they became alert. Kasumi did nothing. And at Shiho's command. Fire. Stop it. No, Ria Sona shouted to her friend. The cannons fired. Boom. Boom. Only blank shots. Leaving the girls confused. You should impart discipline on them, senpai. Someone who doesn't know the supernatural would have been amazed. They all realized that they brought out their powers and weapons in plain sight involuntarily. The girls of Kuramoriman couldn't believe they were watching something that only appeared in anime and manga. Another joke like that and this time I will respond. You know I hate jokes, Kasumi said, very upset by the joke. I apologize. I just wanted to know how good the heroes of the underworld were along with the Red Dragon, but I was disappointed to see that they don't even have some discipline in them. If they were under my doctrine they would be as feared as your son before their enemies. I'll wait for you at my school to talk about the details and don't worry. This never happened. Despite their astonishment they with difficulty returned to their iron expression and ordered the turrets to turn to their original position. We'll see each other later. Hope. Ria spoke to the woman. And? How did you know we were demons? The woman did not answer. Only from her black jacket she took out a card that had the emblem of a well-known family. The Bale family. I have a contract with the heir of the Bale house and I have good benefits. And with that he got into his limousine and giving the order the tank started. Meiho looked at Rias for the last time, still not believing what she had just seen, but she was sure of something. Nothing in your life will be normal. The lady and a new tank. It's already getting dark and we haven't found anything in this forest. We must continue looking for Shido. Look at Issei, he hasn't complained to Issei. Ichika looked at the brown-haired boy who was on a rock, looking with the light of a flashlight where the tank could be. But he was alarmed to see him with a worried face. Hi Issei. Are you okay? What? At the call of attention he came back to himself. Are you okay? You're like a Spanish zombie from Resident Evil 4. Ah yes, I am Ichika. I was just thinking haha. But hey, did you find something? Still nothing. Are you sure you're okay? Shido asked. Yes I am. Well, let's keep looking, he said, and then continued searching further into the forest. But both boys looked at each other. They were worried about their commander. Since that behavior was not normal. Well, Issei. Because I can't shake off this feeling of anguish. When I get back I'll call Rias. I hope everyone is okay. What he doesn't know is that more problems have added to his life. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Darasu wa yami bakura wa. I'm here with you. The super Pershing is shown going at high speed. Then from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Darasu wa yami bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Rito is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukimori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Naruyuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit 2 Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Hitori's speech. Lycan with her parents. The Naruyuki family. Defy with the SI girls. and Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ainwanane.anane.au. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Hage Batsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them, which raises smoke, and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chip Hot-Han, Orai and Kuramoriman, who were waiting for the end of the match. Ainwanane.anane.au. I am sorry. But the Stug turned into a ramp, and the Super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. The sun was already setting. Issei and his team continued searching in the forest. Still not finding anything. If it were an abandoned tank, where would it be? The 4 boys stopped upon hearing Rito's question. This one noticed their glances. What? Are you serious? Naruyuki asked. Hey, if you have a better idea to kill boredom and find the tank before it gets totally dark, I'm open to suggestions. The boys just shut up and went back to what they were doing, looking for the tank. They were searching deeper into the forest. And nothing. And to finish. Issei, the sun is setting. We better follow him tomorrow. Let's wait 10 more minutes and we'll leave. That brought a sigh of annoyance from all 4 of them, something he noticed. Come on guys, cheer up. Look, let's do this. If we don't find him in these 10 minutes, you will sing a song in front of the whole school. Rito's proposal scared the brown-haired boy. He had a good singing voice, but he was not good at singing in public. But he had no choice. And so the 5 continued searching. They saw some animals like squirrels and birds getting ready to sleep, but they didn't see what they were looking for. At last the 10 minutes passed. 10 minutes, friend, sorry. Shitty cursed and then felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Shido who supported him. Then we will decide on the song. Now we have to go, Ichika said and then left. And so the boys were preparing to leave, but they heard something. Hey, do you hear that? Hear what? Naruyuki asked. Don't you hear it? Now that you mention it, I hear it, said Rito. I think it comes from over there. Shido pointed in that direction. The 5 of them went there and with their lamps they arrived at the place. Where they found something unbelievable. He was a little puppy who was barking at a snake that threatened him. Obviously, as we know them, they drove the little puppy away and scared away the snake. Obviously he thanked them with licks on Issei's face, who was carrying him. Hey, you're welcome, buddy. What would a dog do here in the middle of nowhere? Asked Rito. I don't know, maybe someone lost it. I don't think so. He doesn't have a collar with a tag, Issei said to Naruyuki. Well, the good news is that we saved a dog, the bad news is that we didn't find the tank we came to look for. I wouldn't be so sure, Shido. Because you said so? Because we already found it, look. They looked at what Ichika was lighting up. And they couldn't believe it. It was a very well-known tank. An Is-3 from the Soviet Union. We found it, Issei smiled at Shido's words. And what are we going to do with him? Asked Rito about the dog. We can't leave him here, said Naruyuki. We don't take them. The next day. Thanks to cranes and heavy transport trucks, they managed to take the tank to the workshop where the mechanics led by Rito were waiting. When he arrived, let's say. New. Don't be a moron. What did they do to this tank? Some did not like how abandoned it was. One of them pretended to have a shotgun and shot him. And they began to review it. Hey, someone get a mousetrap, there are rats here, was what one shouted while inside the tank. Rito, do you think you can bring this tank back to life? Let's see, rusty engine, damaged chassis, broken tracks, give me 10 days, and it will be brand new. This will be like Pimp Me Out only with tanks. Okay, it's all yours, surprise me. You will be left with a square eye, he told her in a challenge. The chestnut left the workshop and Rito spoke to his colleagues in the mechanics. Alright guys, we've got work to do. This tank will make anyone in front of it tremble with fear. So let's get to work. Yes boss. Issei. Tauda and Shinku flew in a helicopter heading for the aircraft carrier St. Gloriana. The 2 miners were the pilots while the commander was in the back seat. Thinking about what you just saw. When the helicopter took off, he could see that planes of various models from the Second World War were arriving, and also that the training camps that they had occupied before were now occupied by others who had enlisted for the infantry. Meanwhile, there were boys with weapons of different nationalities watching the school and also watching the edges of the aircraft carrier. His school was preparing to enter Sentoki-do and Heihei-do next year and be recognized. He couldn't help but smile when he saw that soon the Avengers would be on everyone's lips. When they arrived at the St. Gloriana aircraft carrier, they were received by the commanders and several more. When they came down and greeted, "Welcome to St. Gloriana, young Hyodo. I hope you had a safe journey." "Thank you for the welcome, Miss Darjeeling. And don't worry, we didn't have any problems. We will give you a tour of the facilities and I hope to sign an agreement with you in the near future." "I will accept your invitation, Miss Shinku-chan." The two turned to see in the distance someone arriving at high speed leaving a trail of smoke. The poor blonde did not turn around. "Oh, was what Tauda said when he saw in more detail." "Yes, don't tell me. She's coming at top speed?" he asked stoically. Sip. "And you don't plan to stop?" he asked again. "It seems so. I downplayed. It's going to hurt." And as expected, she crashed into the blonde leaving a trail of dirt. "Shinku-chan, I thought you had forgotten about me. What a relief to know that you didn't forget me," she said while lying on his back. "I missed you too, Rose Hips," and I spoke with my face on the ground. She picked him up and with a few good slaps she cleaned his face. "But there is no time to waste, let's go to my room, there are many things to do." "I would prefer that we talk in a less private place," he said, asking for some help with his eyes. "Of course not, we'll do a lot of things in my room. Let's go." She carried him on her shoulder like a sack of potatoes and carried him away while humming a song. "Hey, please help me, I beg you. It was nice meeting you, my friend. If they ask, I'll tell your team that there were 50 of them and that they were poisonous snakes," the black-haired man had said jokingly. "Tauda, when I get out of this I'll kill you, you bucking idiot," he cursed as he disappeared around a corner. "Language," all the girls told the blonde because of his language. "Excuse me, don't you think we should help him?" asked a girl. "Don't worry. He'll be fine. I'm Kano Tauda. Orange Peak, nice to meet you. Did you guide him to the workshops?" "I'd love to." Hours passed. And nothing was known about Shinku. Tauda was talking to Orange Peak about some things regarding the mobility and caliber of the cannon, to which she was amazed by it. So much so that when they moved on to something else, she couldn't stop laughing at how funny the boy could be. While in a room where two young people were drinking a delicious tea. "I must admit, Miss Darjeeling, this tea is very good. I'm surprised you know the types of tea there are, young Hyodo." "I know someone who makes good tea," she said, remembering a certain sadomasochist. "I would love to try it, and young Hyodo, I would like to hear from you. What can I say? I'm just a boy with a dream. In the eyes of a traditionalist society I'm just a crazy outcast, and in the eyes of the political beneficiaries I'm a threat. Politicians. Perhaps you. I receive threats from many high-ranking officials to resign from my actions. According to them, I am violating public order." Darjeeling knew it was true. Since the Avengers' victory in the previous Sensha-Do, there have been protests from many. There were some who supported the boys and even used their school symbol in their marches. But there were always others, mostly women, who called them savages and demanded that they be withdrawn from admission to this year's Sensha-Do. The English schoolgirl knew that the brown-haired boy was under a lot of stress. "But you know, every time I see my school and its students, I see their smiles. They look at me as their hero, but I don't consider myself one." That altruism and selflessness were something that really caught her attention. "Young Hyodo, in the eyes of your people you are now a hero, and I can assume that they now take you as their symbol of hope. I have heard that before your school had no hope and the arrival of you and your boys has made it rise again. I feel flattered by your words, miss. And I really don't know how to respond. I'm just telling the truth. He has many qualities and defects that have made me interested in getting to know him better." Those words left him surprised. He looked at the blonde and could see in her eyes that everything she said was true. Which made him blush. It's been a long time since she blushed. "Thank you for your words." While Issei was in his thoughts, the Englishwoman couldn't help but laugh elegantly at his expression. Apart from being wise and determined, he is someone tender and sweet. With those characteristics, he must have several girls going after him. Maybe I should make my move faster than I planned. She got up and with her iPhone she was able to put on some music. "Young Hyodo, would you do me the honor of dancing this piece?" Her plan was simple. With her charms and a waltz dance, she would have the teenager enchanted. "This is how you would win the chestnut tree's heart with elegance." Of course he suspected that I knew nothing about the dance. But she was impressed to see how Issei, coming out of his confusion, stood up and walked to her and then in a noble manner bowed. Something I didn't expect. She quickly shook off that impression and also bowed. And both approached with the brown-haired boy having one hand on his lumbar and the other holding the young lady's right hand. Making her blush as she feels a warmth just by being close to his body. But he calmed down. She took his left shoulder with her right hand. "Can you dance the Hyodo young waltz?" You could say yes, we could try. Then starting the music. She followed the rhythm with light steps. A few twists. But he could feel that the brown-haired boy knew the basic steps even more. Something I didn't understand. Then they made more turns where without knowing how she did it, she began to get lost in his eyes. 2 more steps where it turned more. 2 others. And 2 more. I did not understand. You dance very well, young Hyodo. Let's say I had a good teacher, he said, remembering a certain woman who is the mother of his fiancée. As for Darjeeling. She was supposed to use her charms to bewitch him with her beauty. But she was the bewitched one. Looking at those almond-colored eyes every moment. Which reflected not only compassion but nobility and joy. Joy of dancing with her. A determined and noble man. With commitment and dedication to what I truly created. Before your eyes is your definition of perfect man. She couldn't deny it, she fell in love with him. When the dance ended. They both didn't stop looking at each other. The blonde was tempted to kiss his lips. Be his lady. I enjoyed the dance, Miss Darjeeling. I thank you with all my heart. No, it was nothing, young Hyodo. You can call me Issei if you want. And even more so when I see a beautiful smile on you. Then. She didn't know what to do. Despite the few times she has interacted with the opposite sex at some gatherings where she accompanies her parents, she knew something. She knew how to differentiate those who only see her as an object. And the boy in front of him was very different. Never had a high society boy praised her smile and not her leadership skills in Sensha-Do and her high lineage. I knew I couldn't let myself be carried away by words. But it was impossible to avoid it. So much so that his heart raced faster and he unconsciously moved his face closer to his dance partner. I couldn't understand it, but at this point I just wanted to feel those lips. But. A ringtone was heard. Issei separated himself knowing that it was his. But she no longer felt the warmth of her guest and shuddered. Unconsciously her body asked to return to his warmth. Excuse me, I have to take a call. She didn't answer. Dear Hyodo, what do you have for me, Ikki? Have you already found candidates for that tank? When she looked at her guest's back, she wanted to hug him and press her forehead against him. To feel that warmth that does not want to abandon or leave your side. Don't worry about the details, if it's okay, tell Basara that the report of the parts we asked for is on my desk. Little by little, without making any noise, his hands approached the chestnut tree. There is also a list of the ammunition we are missing so we can put it in order. I was only 10 centimeters away from touching him and feeling that addictive feeling again, and now I can't let go. But. The door opened. Darjeeling Sam. Assam had entered. His chance was gone. What's wrong, Assam? She asked, although deep down she was very upset by such an interruption. There are some reports that need to be signed, and are you okay? He said this because of the noticeable blush his commander had and the look of frustration in his eyes. Everything is fine, Assam, leave them on my desk and when I'm free I'll check them. Now please leave us alone, okay? As you say, excuse me. When she left, the girl locked the door. It was her desires that dominated her and demanded something she would never have thought of. Claim the boy who not only beat her and gave her a lesson in wisdom but also have him by her side. Desire was killing her. And I wasn't going to let him go, not without kissing him first. But. What do you mean the petitions are not signed? If I sign them, what do I sign for something else? Okay, I'll be on my way. He cut the call and turned to see the girl who had recovered. I'm sorry to have to end our meeting like this, Miss Darjeeling. But I'm needed at school. That had made the blonde almost tempted to throw a curse to the sky, but she resigned herself. Where is God when you need him most? Issei along with Tauda and Shinku prepared the helicopter to leave for their aircraft carrier. The girls from St. Gloriana were there to see them off. Issei, I noticed something. Shinku, and those marks on your neck? He tried to hide those marks with a blush. Please don't ask, Commander. The brown-haired boy was very surprised and then looked at the pink-haired girl who was sending him kisses and a few winks at the blonde who was blushing more. But Issei could notice that there was a small smile on her lips. He understood that whatever happened between them, they both enjoyed it. I just hope they haven't crossed the line. I don't want that girl's father to come and kill him for stealing her purity. When they were ready, Shinku said goodbye to a rosehip who was almost kissing him, but there was no doubt that they were both happy. Tauda had said goodbye to Orange Peak in a friendly manner, of course she was blushing tenderly. It was a pleasure the time we spent there, Miss Darjeeling. I hope that next time we sign a trade agreement we can enjoy it more. I wish that too, and you can call me by my name alone. Issei-kun. Issei blushed a little, making the English girl smile. She wanted to weigh him, she wanted to spend more time with him. Commander, it's time to go. At the call of Tauda, who was dragging a poor Shinku. It also had a stupid smile. The chestnut bowed in reverence and then turned around and left. But. He felt someone hug him from behind. It was Darjeeling who was hugging him in front of the girls of St. Gloriana and the two Avengers team leaders. No one could believe that a refined girl like her would do something like that. Darjeeling-san. She didn't answer him. The heat of his body had her in a trance. Darjeeling-sama, please release him. These were the words of Orange Peak, who was trying to calm things down. The commander regained her senses and realized what she was doing. He gave in to her wishes. He immediately let go and apologized to his guest. Forgive me for this rude act on my part, Issei-kun. I didn't know what happened to me. She feared that the brown-haired boy had taken her action badly, and that was what she did not want. She didn't dare look him in the eyes. Light tears began to flow. But a handkerchief wipes those tears. It was a white cloth handkerchief with the Avengers school symbol. She looked at him and saw Issei smiling brightly at her without any sign of disapproval in his eyes. Wipe away your tears, Darjeeling-san. Women are more beautiful when they really smile. And with a smile, he gave her his handkerchief. She didn't know what to say anymore. That boy had completely turned his world upside down, and he could see that he didn't even do it on purpose. With the handkerchief she wiped her tears and then went to give it to him. But the rejection. Please keep it as a token of my gratitude. I just took her hand and kissed it. Causing a squeal from everyone present. Have a nice afternoon, miss. Then board the helicopter and let it take off. Listen, Commander, I hope you don't have any problems. I heard that you are in trouble. I was just acting like a gentleman, Shinku. I have no intention. So you don't know what you just did? Tauda asked, surprised. What do you mean, Tauda? The miners looked at each other, as if debating whether they should tell him or not. But they came to a conclusion. Nothing, senpai. I forgot what I said. Issei didn't understand, but he let it go. He had work to do when he got to his office. Already at night. In the Darjeeling room. She was getting ready for bed. But I look at his bedside table where the handkerchief was. That handkerchief that the boy who stole her heart without even trying gave her. Just remembering that moment made her cheeks turn red. Hyodo Issei, I feel like it's a sin to even dream and think about you. Her mind and the smell of her essence on the handkerchief made her feel like she was on cloud 9. But the sound of her iPhone brought her out of her thoughts. She unconsciously answered. Hello? Hello, daughter? Father? Why are you calling at this hour? I heard from your friend Assam that you received a visit from that Hyodo Issei on your aircraft carrier. Well, nothing happened, father. Daughter, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest. What do you think of him? That question had confused her. If I had asked him before the chestnut tree's visit, he would have said that he had a strong admiration for him. But now that feeling goes beyond that, and she understood it well. For which he had to answer. I think I have no words to describe someone like him, father. In fact, I think someone like him is hard to find and not let go. Daughter, I know that boy's father, and let me tell you that if you decide to go after him, I support you. What do you mean, father? I'm thinking of making a marriage proposal. But I want to do it if you agree. She did not respond. In fact, there were many who asked for her hand, and they were boys, sons of magnates and businessmen. She never considered marriage, much less with that kind of man. But Hyodo Issei was different, and her intuition told her that he was worth it. Is she? So I wasn't going to let that opportunity pass me by. Please do it. I am determined that he will not escape from my hands. It is not for nothing that I became commander of St. Gloriana. I will fight for him. That's my daughter. Tomorrow I'll move some contacts and make the marriage proposal. I'll also talk to my old friend. Being just like her father, she may have marriage proposals from other girls without knowing it. But I know you can win. You're not my daughter for nothing. My greatest pride. Thank you, father. I will try hard to be worthy of being by your side. I'm glad. I'll let you rest, and tomorrow I'll start with everything. Good night, daughter. Good night, father. Rest well. And cutting the call, she now lay down on her bed. Looking at the ceiling but at the same time imagining her wedding day with Issei. He wearing a royal uniform and she wearing a beautiful wedding dress. As I walked down the aisle, there were red guards from Buckingham Palace who held their swords in an arch. And the Holy Father finished the ceremony by saying, "You may kiss the bride," and she, without waiting, kissed her beloved. That would be your dream come true. Hyodo Issei. It doesn't matter who stands in my way. You will be my husband and I will be your wife. Now I will fight for you. Issei Hyodo already has a commander not only on his side but also bewitched by him. Who else will be drawn into its orbit? Already at night in the student council. Issei was organizing the paperwork. Until there was a knock on the door. Forward. The door opened revealing someone. He was a young man with hair as black as night and eyes of the same color. Hyodo Kaichu called me. Yes, have a seat. The young man obeyed. You previously applied to be part of the team. Or am I wrong? Not at all. I put in an application wanting to be part of the Sensha-Do. Well, here's a question I want to ask you. Why do you want to join us? The teenager remained silent. We have the teams full and we are taking care of it. Is it revenge? Do you want to humiliate the girls who? Not at all, I don't want that. So tell me, why do you want to join? I grew up here. My mother attended this school before it was closed. She told me that Sensha-Do was amazing and she didn't like to do less than her classmates. I don't want to do less than my classmates either. I've been told to just support them, but I want to do more than just that. Outside this aircraft carrier we are hated by many and there is a chance that they will make our lives miserable. This is not a walk in the park. I know. Do you know? I know perfectly, Hyodo Kaichu. And yet you want to come in and be in the crosshairs of the traditionalists, of those who will do everything in their power to see us defeated. You want to join us? Yes, he really wanted it. There was a silence between them, which from the young man's point of view was tense. Well, I think there are no more doubts. Wait, will you choose me? Of course not. Those words were harsh for him. So much so that I looked down. Why would I choose you? If you were already chosen. Issei took out a paper from his desk that was the request for the requested one. And gave it the seal of approval. The chestnut stood up and extended his hand. Welcome to the Avengers School Tank Unit, Mochizuki Tuya. Hearing that, he felt happy he would finally have a chance. Instead, Issei felt somewhat identified with the new recruit. It reminded him of him. Tuya took that hand. Thank you, Hyodo Kaicho. I swear I won't let you down. You won't regret choosing me. I know you will. I will now be your commander here and on the battlefield. Now go away and report to the training grounds tomorrow after classes. You will be under my tutelage for the position you will take on the tank that will be assigned to you. Go rest, cadet. Yes, and thanks again. He left with a military salute. Why, Mochizuki? He turned to see him. I hope the best of you. I will give my best, Commander. And with that he left, very happy to have the opportunity he was looking for. Well, Issei was happy. Your unit is getting bigger and you need to be ready for what's coming. The storm is coming and we have to be prepared to receive it. Never give up and never back down until the end. This, my readers, is just beginning. Getting to know the competition. The days passed. Issei called and there were times when he noticed that Rias was tense, but when they talked she kept saying that he was hers. He knows she is possessive and yet he loves her with all his heart, but he was afraid something would happen there. He doesn't distrust her or her girls because he knows them and knows that they would never do something like betray him. But he suspected that they were hiding something from him, something that involves him. But I couldn't do anything. He had to focus on making the armored unit stronger for his first match in this year's tournament. He kept in touch with Darjeeling and they both talked about various things that they enjoyed. But now it was the 10th and Issei was training Tuya to be a good leader in the tank. And under the approval of the other leaders he passed the test along with those who would be his team. So I was already ready. The 5 teams were waiting for the new equipment to come out of the workshop door. The doors opened. And from them the sound of the tracks and the engine of the tank were heard. And he made an appearance. It was attract beauty in the eyes of the boys. With a grizzly bear logo on the upper front chassis and on the sides of the turret. Here is 3. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Darasu wa yami bakura wa. I'm here with you. The super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled, while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yum is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Darasu wa yami bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Hyodo is seen maneuvering the levers and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukumori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit 2 Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Vittoria's speech. Lycan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Defy with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ein wa nain.u. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Agate Botsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them, which raises smoke and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chiphotan, Orai and Kuramoriman, who were waiting for the end of the match. I am sorry. But the stug turned into a ramp and the Super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. The opinions were not long in coming. Hyodo, I must admit that you excelled. My colleagues and I in the workshop gave our best and in the end we achieved our goal. It's a Soviet monster. I doubt it can penetrate its frontal armor. Although it never entered the war, its armor and mobility surpass its other predecessors, Naruyuki had said in response to Shido's doubts. I just know that we already have a heavyweight besides the Super Pershing. Ichika was eager to see him in action. When the tank stopped in front of his comrades. Dewey emerged from the hatch, saluting in a military manner. Squad leader Grizzly reporting for duty, sir. Okay Tuya. We are going to train you and your team in these tests that will take place. Issei went to his squad leaders. You have to put into practice everything you have learned, that is why you should help them. Understood. Issei left the field and went straight to his office where he had to finish his last paperwork. When he arrived he found the German shepherd puppy they adopted and a black-haired girl with square glasses who was petting the little one. The chestnut just smiled. Are you having fun, Pansy? When she was discovered, she stood up and adjusted her glasses. Nothing happened, Commander. She was a quiet girl but excelled in her studies. And the reason she was there was because her classmates told her that she needed an assistant to make her work less heavy and more organized since she barely had time to rest. She was recommended by Ikki and thanks to that the work was already less. Any news? Let's see. From a black-covered iPad he checked the itinerary and agenda. Tomorrow we will receive the spare parts for repairs and couplings for the Hellcat and T-34 tanks. You also have to review the details for the trade agreement with St. Gloriana. Miss Darjeeling requested that it be signed here at Avengers. The uniforms for the opening party are already ready for the occasion. And how this precious girl behaved, he said while he sat at his desk and the little dog asked to be held. Which he did and put her on his legs. You behaved well, Commander, although you haven't given this little girl a name yet. I already have one, Karashi. She smiled, not only seeing that the little dog was happy with her name, but also how the brown-haired boy played a little. Things got better. Issei managed to make a deal with Darjeeling. The Avengers aircraft carrier has tea leaf plantations, grape vineyards and a whiskey distillery. St. Gloriana has factories on the mainland that want that raw material, so they asked for it in exchange for a high capital amount. Good ceramic items and an alliance of strength in case they are attacked. They will help each other. Signing the agreement. They enjoyed a party in which both St. Gloriana and Avengers enjoyed. The day has come. At the headquarters of the Federation in front of the country, all the Sensha-Do schools arrived. Among them the most famous and strongest of all. Ladies and gentlemen tank fans, today in Sensha-Do number 63, I am pleased to introduce the most famous schools and those that will participate in this tournament. The audience's applause was not long in coming. This year, the competition is not just for the coveted trophy. It is also for the title of the most powerful school of all. Steel and gunpowder will be present here. The audience cheered again. But a music was heard. It was the anthem of a well-known school. And starting with the introductions, the winners of the last tournament, the school that puts the word improvise high in their style, they are Orai. Among the audience a spotlight illuminates all the girls gathered. In the center was Shimaiho Nishizumi, who was smiling with her friends. Then the hymn of the German tankers Panzerlied. Followed by the most organized, feared, and powerful school with great firepower. Highlighting the German-style Kuramoriman. Those from the German school appeared with the famous Iron Lady attitude on their faces. But Meiho looked at her sister. Attentive to what might happen. The music changed to one that was patriotic of the United States. Blood of the Rises. Numbers don't win wars, but they do help a lot, and this school sets that example. Here is the Yankee-style school Saunders. The Saunders girls appeared greeting their fans. But the cheerful and charismatic Kay was not smiling, her expression was serious. Another music was heard, and now one that only someone from Russia knew, Katyusha. Cold as the Caucasus. Without fear of the enemy and without retreating a step, the school takes the Soviet teachings and style Pravda. They appeared with Stalin on Nana's shoulders and shouting the famous hurrah from Mother Russia. Katyusha was eager to meet someone. Then the sounds of a flute and drums rang out, the British Grenadiers. Elegance is a strategy that is carried with power. Always moving forward without spilling the tea. May God save the Queen and St. Gloriana. They appeared, and with an elegant bow they presented themselves to the public. But there was a difference in the commander and two of her sub-commanders, Rosehip and Orange Peak. They smiled not only with elegance but with a lot of happiness. The commanders had wondered what had happened to them since they seemed more motivated than they usually are. Then a song known in Italy was heard: funiculi funicula. Speed and deception are their best weapons. If anyone wants to catch up with them, they will only waste their time. They are as famous as their pasta. From the Italian Anzio. They made an appearance with Anchovy and his whip in front. With his subcommanders Pepperoni and Caparzio. She also noticed Darjeeling's smile and felt a little twinge of jealousy. Finishing the song came another one. It was a Finnish rhythm known by many. Sakajarvan's polka. Skill is their thing. With just the little they have, they can do great damage to their enemies. No one can stop the sound of the polka. Here they are, Jakasoda. A small but remarkable group appeared, and the three of them who are the most daring smiled with Mika playing an acoustic guitar. As that ended, a song was heard that only the most veteran of the Imperial Army will remember: Yuki no Shingu. The tactic of honor and sacrifice to achieve victory is something that is always present. Adapting this philosophy from ancient times is something that they have. Welcome them to Kai Hatan. They were greeted with further applause, to which they responded with a bow. But then the trumpets were heard beginning the chant the Leugnen. With spirits of freedom and resistance. Even when fallen, they seek strength to continue the fight. From the elegance of France: Vivre la resistance, BC freedom. They appeared with their hats and blue capes. Of course, two of them had their foreheads pressed together, as if they wanted to throw themselves at each other. And so they went on to mention 5 other schools, but just when you thought they were all. The sound of cellos and violins could be heard. It was a firm and serious sound. They are new. They emerged from a school that was considered bankrupt, and now they seek victory in this tournament. Their first Sensha-Do was just the beginning of many they planned to have. From the doors they opened with a background of a blue light. Several shadows were showing. The commanders knew that sound, but they also noticed how Darjeeling was almost jumping with excitement, something not common for her. If they fight together. And if they beat them together. They are here to protect their own, and if they can't protect their school, they swear they will avenge it. Meet the first boys to ever participate in a Sensha-Do. They are the Avengers. They entered, and before the sight of the cameras and the spotlights they showed themselves before the eyes of all the country and the world. The Avengers, they are here. Wearing some very outstanding jackets. Issei in front of the fans and more he greeted. Like the rest. Some girls looked at them angrily as if they didn't want them to be there. Others looked at them curiously since they rarely acted with boys. They even wanted to talk to them. But the girls from St. Gloriana approached them, and like good friends they talked happily to see each other, and more so Darjeeling and 2 of his sub-commanders who were talking to the team captains. That left the others surprised. All the schools are here. In 15 minutes the draw for the matches will be made. Don't leave. The transmission was cut off. Issei come. I want you to meet my friends. She took him to where the commanders were gathered. When they arrived, they still couldn't believe that their English friend was talking to the leader of the Avengers. Girls. I want to introduce you to my business ally and friend Hyodo Issei. He introduced himself. Issei called me, nice to meet you. The first to speak was Anchovy. The pleasure is mine. I saw your friendly match, and the faded shot to the lower chassis was great. And also the way you created a path. It was nothing, Anchovy-san. I just did what I could and what was within my reach. I must say that you are very humble, Hyodo-san. Very different from what I expected. Mika looked at the brown-haired boy. Humility is something I will always have in me. Arrogance is not my thing. HMPA, so the commander considers himself less, huh? Well, I hope you don't waste our time. Katyusha spoke while still standing on Nana's shoulders. Issei looked at both of them and extended his hand towards Nana. I look forward to facing you, Commander of Pravda. The girl was surprised. What I notice? Is something wrong? Is it? I stopped talking when I felt a murderous aura. He raised his head when he saw that little Stalin was furious. Issei-kun. The one on her shoulders is the commander of Pravda. He looked at her with a really look. To which the blonde nodded. Okay, I didn't expect that. Grrrrrrrrrrr. Issei was alarmed to see that the commander was more angry. Pray to God that you don't have to face me. Because when that happens I'm going to subdue you and make you my flying monkey. Monkey? I don't understand, Mika asked confused. I do. They all turned to look at Kay, who raised her hand. It's just that yes, I understood the reference. The truth is that she didn't want to attract the attention of the Avengers commander, but something she loves a lot are references. And now he's in the sights of the person he least wanted to see. You're Saunders, commander, right? She was nervous. She actually wanted to disappear. But I had to answer. Yes, I am. Wow. I was hoping the commander wouldn't want to talk to me, but I see that's not the case. That surprised her. It seems that you are someone I can talk to. May I know your name, miss? Kay, that's my name. Hey, it's a nice name. I hope to see her and not disappoint her if we ever face each other besides. I hope we can schedule a meeting to talk if it's not bothersome. She didn't understand. Doesn't the son of Saunders Fury hate the school that has hurt his mother? I couldn't feel any hate in him, not even some anger. Maybe she was anticipating things that are not even real yet. It won't be any trouble. In fact, I'm also interested in speaking with you in the near future. Thank you for giving me a minute of your time, Miss K. I'll see you soon. He was gone. Not without first giving her a grateful smile, one that made the commander blush a little. She watched him go off to talk to the Nishizumi sisters. I didn't understand what that feeling was, but one thing was certain. Hyodo Issei was not a threat as many media and social networks say. So K, do you still think Saunders is going to hurt you? She turned to see Darjeeling smiling at her without his cup of tea. I was wrong, Darjeeling, you were right. I know. And I think it left a big impression on you, don't you? You could say so, although he doesn't know that his smile and his innocence can enchant me if I'm not careful. She smiled flirtatiously. Having unhealthy thoughts about the son of his idol. But he stopped those thoughts when he felt a thirst for blood coming from his English friend. I'm going to ask you to please erase whatever you have in your head that's about Issei-kun before I get mad at you, K. Hey, calm down, friend, you act like he's your boyfriend, or wait, maybe. Hey Chan. The tone of the commander of St. Gloriana was beginning to scare him. She just gave him a shut up gesture and went to talk to Issei. Hey let out a sigh she didn't know she was holding. And I thought I had to take care of him. Now I have to take care of her, although I don't blame her. It seems that Hyodo Issei is a hot tie. He was glad she was already far away or he would be in trouble. My name is Meiho Nishizumi and this is my younger sister Meiho. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Nishizumi-san. I've wanted to meet you since you won against All-Star. It was nothing, Hyodo-san. In fact, I loved your strategy against St. Gloriana. I just did what I could. I honestly think it was either luck or an accident, although I should rule out the latter since, as Master Oogway said, accidents don't exist. They were both surprised as they said that phrase at the same time. Have you seen Kung Fu Panda? Issei asked. Which of the 3 movies are specials? Meiho smiled when she saw that he also liked the same thing. All of them. I loved the part where Tai Long manages to free himself with just a goose feather. I loved the Po defeated Tai Long with a finger key. That was awesome. The same thing happened again, which made them both start laughing. Apparently they had things in common. Meiho just stood on the sidelines. She looked at Issei not with hostility or fear, just with bewilderment. I couldn't believe that the teenager who was talking so calmly to his sister was someone who saved the world several times. Even though his mother showed him videos of his battles. His encounter against Razor to save his now fiancée. His battle against Kakabiel in which he almost died and prevented another war. His battle against his destined rival who improvised by stealing his power to divide, almost killing himself. Against Loki where he almost died again from the bite of the god-killing wolf, to which he managed to survive and use a legendary weapon of the god of thunder himself, Thor. Against Shalba where he gave her the worst of deaths, entering a state of complete total fury. Against Cao Cao where he did not give up even with everything against him, where his power evolved to new levels never seen before. Against the demon whose mother has a contract, it is Saraerg, who both of them beat each other up and the brown-haired man came out the winner. And finally, his battle against a beast of biblical proportions that could easily destroy the world, which Castano himself had to fight even with the help of his friends, having to sacrifice much of his power to kill it. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Anyway, his conclusion was that he was in front of a hero, and despite that he couldn't understand how he could smile and be happy despite all that experience. That's why his mother wanted to not only indoctrinate but also marry Meiho, knowing that she would be safe with someone like him. Meiho hoped that her sister would take the news well. Although I was calm seeing how both of them talked, making more references to their favorite movies and even animes. Issei-kun. The brown-haired boy turned to see Darjeeling, who had a dark aura. Which scared him a little, only Rias could cause him terror. Edo, what's wrong, Darjeeling-san? Their boys are having a strength contest. You should go calm them down. And it was true. 2 of them, Rito and Tauta, were in an arm wrestling contest being encouraged by several. Not to mention that several girls also encouraged and some even made bets. He just patted his forehead. Lord, give me strength, at least they don't have pots on their heads. That's from The Simpsons, right? You know, Nishizumi-san, I think you can surpass me in references. Thanks for the compliment, Hyodo-san. I'd better go or there'll be a scandal. Yes, I will do that. I have to put things in order. He came out straight to the place. What happened was that both of them received not only a tremendous blow to the head, but also a strong reprimand from Issei, and that they will have disciplinary action, making the girls laugh a little for such a scene, and also earn some extra money. Orange Peak tried to comfort Tauto Little, who must be true, was enduring the pain. Many noticed that there was something between them. And now that time has passed. Thank you for waiting. Now we will begin the drawing where you will decide who you will compete with. Group commanders. When you hear your names, go to the stage and take a sphere with a number on it. The number you drew will give you a place. First, the commander of Kuramoriman will go. She walked by and took a number. Thus each commander passed by until it was Issei's turn. Commander of Avengers, please come and take a number. Issei walked up onto the stage, and when he put his hand in the box, he pulled out a number. The number 6. The Avengers are in position 6, so they will face Anzio. Anchovy had a really big smile. He wanted to finally meet, not only to make his school famous, but also to impress the brown-haired boy. I couldn't wait any longer. But for Issei and his boys. Here he would begin his journey to the summit. And before everyone's eyes, Issei looked up. Many will oppose him, but he and his friends will face them. Without fear. I would do this all day. I hope you can keep those words for block coming. Avengers vs Anzio. 2 weeks ago. The Anzio school, where it was full of joy and selling various Italian foods, was in critical trouble. The previous director had been accused of diverting funds to his bank account. Funds that belonged to the school. So thanks to the authorities he was arrested and relieved of his position as director. But he left the institute with a huge debt, and to make matters worse, he was at risk of closing. Despite the situation, Anchovy remained firm, but deep down he feared that his school would be closed forever. Only a miracle could save her. She one night, as Italian doctrine dictates. She prayed at night in her bed with all her heart. She asked God for a miracle. He asked that his school not be closed. He didn't want to lose his home. I only asked for a miracle. But one day. Something changed. The announcement was made that someone asked to be director of Anzio. Anchovy, along with his 2 sub-commanders, had met with the other. And on a stage appeared. A woman as beautiful as no other. Blonde with golden eyes. With a body that girls began to question if she was even human, because no one could have such a perfect body. Good morning, my little angels. Today I introduce myself as your director. I hope you all take care of me just as I will take care of you. Is there any question you want to ask me? Of all of them, the one who stood up was Anchovy. Excuse me, director. I would like to know why you bought the school. Why did you become the director? The answer is simple, my little angel. You don't have to pay for one's sins. That's why I bought it, apart from the fact that I always wanted to teach. After a speech in which the woman had everyone enchanted. And before God. I promise you that this school will not close under my command. And so that you believe in my words, I have some gifts for you from me. All of you go outside. And obeying. They all went out, and outside they saw 10 large objects that were covered by black blankets. At the order of the new director, several girls moved the blankets to see what was there. These objects not only surprised those present. If not, it made Anchovy and his sub-commanders shed tears. They looked at the new director. Did you ask for a miracle? Well, here it is, Anchovy-chan. Things are going to get better from now on. The commander, unable to control herself, rushed to hug her new director in tears. She just smiled and returned his hug. Like the other 2 sub-commanders and the rest of the girls who applauded her. Thank you, director. We don't know how to repay you for all this. Things got better in Anzio then. Under the command of a woman whom the students consider an angel. Since his name was Gabriel. Written in words of fire appears the title in a dark sky. Dragon Panzer. Harasu wa yami bakura wa. I'm here with you. The super Pershing is shown going at high speed. And from the cannon turret he fires, leaving a tank disabled, while Issei emerges from the hatch smiling. Yuma is an enemy of the city. Shigeki Buzoku Unai Diradara. Ichika is seen loading a shell into the chamber and shouts that it is loaded. Harasu wa yami bakura no. Where is Ruki Aratita? Rito is seen maneuvering the levers, and the tank goes at maximum speed and skids on a curve. I was shocked by Toki. I've been to Nukimori. Shido is seen moving the turret to hit a Panzer Vi and get past its armor. Amura is a swordsmith. Amadasu wa Yasashi Murati. Narayuki transmits and intercepts communications and uses the machine gun to hit 2 Type 98s. Then more images of Rias and her group are shown. Vittoria's speech. Mikan with her parents. The Narayuki family. Defy with the SI girls. And Kasumi and the Fury. Everyone supported them. Ain wa nain.u. Shinku is seen in his Hellcat and Basara and his Stug 3 at full speed, eliminating Sherman tanks with each shot. So I'll try to make it even easier. Auda fired in his T-34 85s, but the shells damaged it. But Ikki with an A-15 Crusader provided support for a retreat. Hagate bought Tsuka wa Hikari Mote. I made a new one for you. The 5 tanks under a rain of fire on the plains as they advanced in serpentine movements trying to reach a German rail tank, and when other tanks arrive they shoot at them, which raises smoke, and they fly away. Even if you are alone. All of us have something in common. As they fell they were watched by the girls from St. Gloriana, Anzio, Saunders, Pravda, Chiphat-An, Orai and Kuramorman, who were waiting for the end of the match. I am sorry. But the stug turned into a ramp, and the Super Pershing took off and in the air shot at the cannon nozzle, causing the mega tank to be destroyed. I made a new one. They were all lined up in front of their tanks in their tanker jackets. To then jump in victory. The news was running in Avengers. And in several places the bets were against them. But still there were many who supported them. Now the boys were in the boardroom discussing strategy. Okay, everyone pay attention, it was Ikki who spoke. Anzio is based on speed and deception trap strategy. They are good at ambushing, so you have to be alert to what is happening around you. They only have one heavy tank, which is the P-40. The comments between the boys were not long in coming. Silence. Their gun is 75mm, so it doesn't pose much of a threat to our heavy tanks. But we have to be careful of their CV-33 tankettes with Breda machine guns and their 75mm Semavente. They are tank destroyers. The terrain is bad as there are only roads surrounded by high hills where they can shoot at us and rivers where the tanks can't cross. The climate is very hot, and to make matters worse, they allowed Anzio to go beyond the limit of tanks that used to be 10, now the limit is 20. That again sparked comments. Apparently some people put obstacles in their way. But Issei was silent. Since you thought about that day of the draw. So you are Hyodo, Issei? The brown-haired boy turned to see a guy in a suit with combed black hair and glasses. At the sight of Issei he reminded her of someone. To a certain air. Who's asking? I'm Ren Tsuji and I would like to talk to you about your behavior. As far as I know my behavior is normal. Are there any complaints? Yes. Your optimistic attitude and your questions about tradition are what bother me. Excuse me? Things are starting to change thanks to you and your little group that doesn't know what their place is in the society. According to you, what is our place? To be sacrificial pieces. They are nothing more than cannon fodder attack dogs. That is the path men must follow in military sports. That's funny, why? There were several people who told me that and I just ignored them. Tell me what makes you think I'm going to listen to you. The man's look turned from annoyed to unpleasant. You know who I am, young man. I can make your life impossible for you and your little group of morons. For your own good, respect my position in the Federation, boy. I've heard of what he's done. He tried to close Orai twice, caring little for the lives of the people living on the carrier. He put in a very powerful self-propelled cannon that could hurt the others within range. And most recently he tried to close Anzio for his own benefit. He looks at him seriously, as if he were looking at someone who only deserves the worst for his sins. Your position and your age are the only things I respect about you. I don't give a shit about the rest. Even your threats. Well, you should care because I'm going to make your life a living hell in the Sensha-Do. I was thinking of offering you the opportunity to sell the aircraft carrier to the Federation and save yourself the humiliation. But since you've insulted me, I think I'm going to teach you to respect your superiors. A coward like you? Oh, how the powerful have fallen. They think they are superior, capable of controlling everything just because they spent years learning how to use a pen and a stapler. People like you are the ones that disgust me just by looking at them. Those words made the four-eyed man even angrier. Damn brat. Throw all you want, you and the white-collar rats who don't like change. But you're not going to break us. Because we're going to keep going. I hope you can keep those words, boy. HMP, I would go on all day if I didn't waste my time with you. And with that he left, not without first saying a few last words to her. Goodbye, bastard. And apparently he did understand those German words. In Issei's opinion, that guy could only be described with 2 words. Damn trash. He knew that now. His headache had a face as he wanted to break his glasses with a blow. Commander. The brown-haired boy paid attention when he saw that Ikki spoke to him. What's wrong, Ikki? We need to know strategies for this terrain. He stood up and looked at the map. Something seemed familiar to him. Until he understood everything. Friends, this terrain is a very complicated one, since this was one of the scenarios that was remembered by the Canadian Army in Italy. It is the Gothic Line. The gasps of astonishment were heard. That place was treacherous. Issei stood up to speak. Okay, everyone. I know this will sound complicated, but we have to train our speed and our resistance to heat, so these 5 days will be a rigorous training. Any questions? Asara raised his hand. How are we going to win this? Good question. It will be difficult for Italian tanks to climb the slopes, so we will do this. And so they continued talking about strategy almost all afternoon. The next day everyone was at the training grounds with their tanks. the captains were looking at information that Naruyuki had about the Italian tanks. Shinku, Ikki and Tauda were training speed in their tanks. Issei gave Basara and Tuya some tips to improve their accuracy. These 5 days were just pure training. On day 6, by order of the chestnut, everyone rested, but not before making sure that the engines, tracks, smoke bombs and more were ready for the encounter. Already at night. Everyone could barely sleep as it would be the first Sensha-Do in the competition. Everyone talked to their friends and families on iPhones and iPads. Issei was talking to Rias. This will be my first meeting, Rias. I don't deny that I'm afraid of not doing well. You don't have to be afraid, Issei. We've been through many things that are much more dangerous. I know you'll win tomorrow. Thank you for supporting me. I wish you were here with me. Issei, can I ask you a favor? Of course, whatever you want. Go outside to the farthest place. Don't let anyone see you. He did not understand. But he obeyed, leaving the barracks and standing outside. When he could see that there was no one. It's ready, that's it, what did you want it for? But he couldn't finish asking when he felt something shining in his chest. They were the red pawn pieces that he still had. And suddenly a magic circle appeared in front of him. And from that circle his beloved appeared. His beautiful crimson lady. Rias Gremory. Rias. She smiled when she saw him and launched herself into kissing him, pushing him into a tree. Both, out of love and desire, gave themselves over in that kiss. There was so much desire that they had both repressed, but now they wanted to release it. So much so that the girl began to slide her hands under his shirt. Rias, wait, we can't do it here. I don't care, I want to be one with you now. But Rias, we agreed to do it in. Issei, I can't take it anymore. I know you love me, but I don't want to lose you. Issei didn't understand. What did he mean by losing it? What are you laughing at? He asked. But he was silenced by a kiss from her. A desperate one full of desire. She stopped the kiss to look at him. Her eyes begged to make him hers. I couldn't do anything against that look full of love and devotion. In the end he gave in. He took her somewhere else. To the infirmary. There in a bed because of the desire and love of both. They became one. I leave the rest to your imagination. It dawned. And the aircraft carrier docked at the port where the Sensha-Do would take place. The tanks were coming down the ramps. The 6 of them. With their captains at the hatches watching and waving to everyone. Well, everyone except the commander. He was drinking a cup of strong coffee and taking vitamins to get through the day. Since he only slept a little last night because of all the action he had with his beloved. Several of his friends asked him the reason for his condition and he replied that he had insomnia. I didn't want them to find out. They took a look at the Anzio aircraft carrier and it was smaller than the St. Gloriana, but it would surpass the one they had. They arrived at the meeting point where several members of the Federation guided them. Issei could see that there were many stalls selling Italian food and desserts. But several inhabitants of the aircraft carrier went to enjoy them. I wish Rias or the girls were here, although I also wish Darjeeling-san was here. Issei-kun. He turned around to see that someone had arrived. It was Darjeeling along with Orange Peak and Rosehip. Darjeeling-san. But I didn't expect to see you here. I just came to see your meeting and also wish you luck as my friends do to your friends. And it was true. Orange Peak handed a hand-knitted red and white scarf to Tauda, who accepted it with a smile. Making the girl blush. Rosehip hugged Shinku lovingly, giving him kisses on the cheeks and telling him that he won't let anyone catch up to him or surpass his speed. Something that he understood and blushed, but at the same time he enjoyed it. I see, it's true. I hope this motivates you to win. Issei-kun. Say. Without giving him time to react, she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Making everyone in the squad stare with their mouths open. Like a certain electric Pokemon. She turned away blushing. But smiling with joy. I hope I have motivated you to win. I wish you the best of luck. That was the last thing she said, and then she and her friends left, saying goodbye to the boys. And the chestnut tree had been left like a fool wondering. He liked Darjeeling. If it was just for friendship then you wouldn't have to worry. But if it was true then I would be in serious trouble. I hope he only feels friendship for me. Then I turned to see my companions. They just looked at him. What? They took out musical instruments and. That's what everyone sang while bullying the commander. He just got angry, but he didn't say anything. Since what they said was true. And the stadium with a big screen had the symbols of both schools and a versus in the middle. Anchovy with caparzio and pepperoni. Issei also arrived with Ikki and Tuya. Both got out of their vehicles and the judges were present. Issei extended his hand to the Anzio commander and she did exactly the same. All of this was recorded live and all of the boys' acquaintances were watching hoping they would win. The odds were against them, even though they managed to win against St. Gloriana in the previous friendly match. I hope to face you, Hyodo-san. It is not for nothing that we are a strong school. I know, and I'm not going to hold back, Anchovy-san. They won't resist our pasta, Pepperoni said, smiling confidently. I think we have a cook who makes better pasta, Tuya said, accidentally mentioning someone. The three girls looked seriously at the new guy, as if they wanted him to spit or retract what he said. The poor guy became nervous. Ikki just sighed and said. Everyone returned to their tanks and waited for the signal. But. No way. Come on, Shido. I promised them I would introduce you, and they want to know if they can beat their money. But Issei, do you know what can happen? I'll be in big trouble. Katori will kill me. I don't think he'll notice. Come on, buddy, please, I beg you. They were silent for a few seconds. Issei looking at him pleadingly. And Shido keeping serious. In the end he sighed. Okay, but if Katori makes me pay, she will also make you pay, and then I will make you pay. Made. And so they both shook hands, sealing the deal. After a few minutes the boys got into their tanks after a prayer from Naruyuki. They were just waiting for the signal. The girls at St. Gloriana watched with their teacups in their hands waiting for it to begin. Saunders looked out from her carrier at the training grounds with the other girls and lots of buckets of fried chicken and double meat cheeseburgers. The Pravda women on their aircraft carrier enjoying wild boar shashlik in the middle of a training camp. The Kuramoriman, a grilled sausage and smoked ham with cheese filling and mashed potatoes with good sauces to accompany it and beer non-alcoholic. And finally in Ori all the girls were watching the Yakiniku match at their tables, and among them the grape team were enjoying not only the food but also hoping to see a good match. Everyone was waiting. And when the signal appeared. Avengers, it's time to earn our pay. At your command. They started. It's already started. All of Issei's beloveds were watching the match, but now the parents were also present. But Kasumi noticed something. Now Rias, why are you in a good mood? At the question of the matriarch Hyodo she blushed, and what happened yesterday came to her mind. And bet that he will never forget it in his life. Sona was also there along with her entourage. She was hoping to see more of the ingenuity Issei displayed in the previous Sensha-Do. While that was happening. More and more people saw the meeting. All known members of the dragon team. Even in the underworld, heaven and various factions such as Asgard and Hyodo were watching the meeting. Yep, without knowing it, they were the focus of attention of many. Issei was checking the map. Then he took the communicator. All units stop. They obeyed his order by stopping the tanks. Well, first we need to secure our routes of advance, so we're going to split up. Team Jaguar and Grizzly go to the northeast bridge. Team Wolf and Rhino to the southwest bridge. We need to do reconnaissance on those routes. When we get there, report the status of the bridges. Understood. The tanks mentioned went in the direction of the marked points. Commander, do you think they do what you think? Most likely Ikki, but we still can't risk it. The Hellcat and his 3 tanks arrived at the ordered point, and through binoculars they could see that the bridge was intact. Which confused them both. There's no one. Where are the CCV-3? Was Tuya's question. Shinku did not respond. I just take your communicator. Jaguar 3-6 to Dragon. We are at the indicated point, but the bridge is intact and there is no surveillance. Request instructions. Change. Hold position until I give the order. Over. Received. Over and out. Issei was 2 kilometers away from the central bridge. Dragon to Rinho 4-6. What is the position? Substitution. Rinho 4-6 to Dragon. We are at the meeting point, Basara said. Situation report. The bridge is intact. There is no surveillance. Request instructions. Over. Issei looked at the map thinking about how to proceed with this. It was not possible for these routes to be unguarded. Unless I have to make sure. He took the communicator and spoke. The Grizzly and Rhino units. Take up defensive positions and slowly advance to the bridge. Once you get inside, stop and fire a volley. Understand? This is Jaguar. Received. Dear Rhino. I will do it. The Hellcats moved to let the IS-3 take up a defensive position and advance to the bridge. When they arrived they fired blank shots. Boom. What happened was the following. 4 CCV-3s came out and started firing their machine guns. They didn't get through the shielding, but they were very annoying because of the noise. Shinku Hablo. Jaguar 3-6 to Dragon, we are in contact with Anzio 4 CCV-3 units, requesting permission to return fire. Over. Proceed but do not cross the bridge. Over. Roger that. Tuya. You have the green light to fire. Over. The Soviet tank aimed between the group of CCV-3 to break their formation. Boom. 2 tankettes were hit and disabled. The other 2 retreated, still firing. Tuya was planning to order the advance, but something told him not to do it. One of the teachings that Issei gave him was to learn to listen to his instincts, since they could save his life. And just as he was about to order his loader to load another shell. Boom. The bridge began to explode, causing it to fall. Something that Tuya gets frustrated with. Shinku, they put explosives on the bridge. They cut off the northeast route. Damn it, Shinku insulted. Language. Okak Jaguar 3-6 to Dragon. They blew up the bridge. There is no northeast route. Over. On the other bridge. The same thing happened, only they didn't manage to hit any CCV3. Then they blew up the bridge. Rinho 4-6 to Dragon. There is no bridge anymore. I repeat. There is no bridge anymore. We do not have southwest route. Over. Roger that, all units head to waypoint 0484. We're moving to plan B. Over and out. Short communication. Iki. Did you bring what I asked for? We have what you asked for. Enough to ensure what we are going to do. Perfect. Let's go, we have to meet up with the rest. And both tanks began to advance to go to the reference point. They blew up their bridges. I don't see any sense in that. Why would the women of Anzio do that? It was the question that Rin asked. Something that brought those present at the IS Institute to discussion. It was a strategy. It was Ufayu who spoke. What are you referring to, instructor? Was Laura's question. Vittori, what do you mean? What I mean, Toka, is that they cut off those routes to force them. That confused the other spirits. Question. What do you mean by forcing them? It's very simple. My son's team, being only 6 tanks, has the advantage of being more discreet when moving, but if they don't have more than one route, then they are forced to gather and concentrate all their forces on the central bridge, and then Anzio could ambush them. Isumi's deduction left almost everyone present astonished. Rias and Sona were also suspicious of that strategy, so they knew that Issei was now in a dilemma. Unless my son has foreseen this. Ara. What does Okasama mean? Let's keep watching. I think you'll be surprised. The tanks reached the reference point. It was the riverbank, almost between the southwest and central bridges. Everyone got out of the tanks. Okay, guys. You know what to do, grab an axe and a shovel, let's go. They took out axes and began cutting down resistant trees. Others dug to make use of the land. The work was hard, but they were kids. That's what they were trained for. They had to take off their jackets because of the heat, and some took off their shirts. They got dirty with dirt and mud. But they didn't care. That's what hard work is all about. But what no one knew was that they were being observed from aerial drones. Let's say that the girls from each girls' school enjoyed the fan service they gave. Some, like Issei's lovers and the commanders, had been enthralled by seeing Issei working all sweaty and dirty, as if he were showing his masculinity. Even Darjeeling had unhealthy thoughts. Orange Peak blushed, moving the collar of her uniform in the heat as she watched how to cut down a tree. Rosehip just enjoyed the view of his beloved Shinku six-pack. But they were not the only ones. Issei received glances. Hei just licked her lips seeing him like that. Katyusha had blushed, which Nana and Clara noticed, and they talked to each other in Russian about how red she was. Meiho, despite her iron attitude, found it impossible not to blush when she saw the brown-haired boy like that. Meiho looked away from the screen with a noticeable blush and her heart beating fast to see Issei. She was not teased because her friends were almost the same. More Sayori, who wanted to have one of them as a boyfriend, although she was interested in that dark blue-haired gunner boy. When they finished gathering the wood with the tanks, they took it to the place. With strong ropes they intertwined the logs so that they would float, making 3 sections. 2 of them with ropes tied to their waists jumped into the water and swam even with the strong current. They managed to get there and secured the moorings to trees on the other side of the river. Several more boys with the ropes crossed to the other side. There were already so many of them that they began to pull with other ropes, and the tanks began to push the wooden sections with which they float, thanks to inflatable rafts. They pulled until they reached the water where they were pulled by the current, but they managed to control them. By securing the sections with more ropes, a stable floating bridge was made. Okay, Iki, proceed with the plan. Dragon, Grizzly and Rhino teams get in the tanks now. The aforementioned teams boarded their tanks following the super Pershing. Alright everyone, let's cross the bridge to get a position in the center. Let's go. While on the central bridge on the Anzio territory side, the Parzio was hidden in the vegetation waiting for them to arrive. He was waiting for someone to give him a challenge. But half an hour had passed and nothing. He was about to contact his commander, but I managed to spot 3 enemy tanks. They were the heavies, and the Super Pershing was the flagship tank. Commander, I see 3 enemies, but they are the heavies. The flag tank is in front. When you are in the middle of the bridge, open fire at will. Received. She cut off communication and went to her 75 25th Semavente tank destroyer. Almost 4 of them were in the zone waiting for the order. The Stug and his 3 stopped before entering the bridge, leaving the Super Pershing alone. Something that confused the blonde. Something is not right. I suspected something, but I didn't have time to think. Very good now. Her Semavente along with 3 more emerged from the forage and aimed at the Super Pershing. Fire at will. The tank destroyers fired directly at the frontal armor of the American tank. Issei and his friends endured the loud noises of the ribbons. Luckily there were fewer thanks to the ear covers. Dragon to Lion 2-6, what is your position? Change. We are in firing position requesting green light. You have the green light, proceed. By saying that. Out of nowhere a semavente was hit in the engine and was disabled. Something that confused Caparzio. And then another one got hit. She didn't understand what was happening. He went out to sea and could see that on high ground there was a T-34 and a Hellcat. Then the Crusader MKV emerged from the forage and shot another semavente in the engine, disabling it. Caparzio only left the livestock. Retreat, we have to get out of here. The two remaining ones immediately left there to avoid further losses. The Crusader was at the foot of the bridge. Goal achieved. The bridge is ours. The heavy tanks managed to cross and now had a position in enemy territory. They helped the girls from Anzio in the semaventes by checking if they were okay. They were happy to see that they were. Darjeeling Sama, that strategy. I know, Orange Peak. The bridge was so that the tanks with more mobility could cross while the heavier ones were used as decoys and then use the light ones to shoot at the sides of the semaventes. Issei-kun seems to be a fan of Panton. Commander Panton used that strategy. I feel it will be difficult when we have to face him. It was Kei's comment when she saw that Issei was very clever. Did you notice it, Meiho? Yes, Issei Hyodo is not someone to underestimate, she replied to her mother. That's the strategy Panton used on the Aranker front, were the shouts from the History Club. Team Hiccup. But that strategy plus air support, they were able to advance and enter Aachen. Yukari knew about that. As American and German tanks left the city almost reduced to rubble. Meiho knew that Issei would not be someone easy to defeat and she wanted to be prepared to face him. I didn't deny it. I felt a sensation in my chest just thinking about him. Hyodo-san. I think your history books helped him a lot, honey. I just taught him and tried to motivate him to become a soldier. In the end my lessons were of some use. They were both adults talking about their son. Although they didn't deny it. They were proud of him. Just like the girls in his harem who were also proud. Rias, despite seeing and being amazed by her beloved's well-employed strategy, couldn't help but feel uneasy about something. She felt that now Issei was in the sights of many more and she was not going to allow that. The truck took away the disabled tanks and said goodbye to them. Very well. Tuia, stay at the entrance of the bridge to secure the position. But Commander. I thought you were going to participate. And you are doing it. It is vital that you stay here to prevent the flag tank from escaping. Yes, Commander. Tuia didn't like being just a spectator again. What Issei knows. Cheer up, Tuia. I trust you. He just nodded. The rest of the units have a mission. Split up and search the area. If they hit you, hit back. If they kill you, you have to revive. The leaders attended and went straight along the roads. Disappearing into the distance. Tuia was just frustrated. How am I going to prove that I can do better if I don't have the opportunity? Because the commander doesn't let me participate. The Hellcat encountered resistance from 4 CCV-3s and a 1975 Semavente. They were chasing him and he maneuvered as best he could to avoid the tank destroyer's shots. The 4 Tankets fired their machine guns. Shinku could barely get a shot off. But he managed to hit one and it was out. He continued shooting, trying to hit the Semavente, but the Tanket hit him from the left. In that tank it was Pepperoni who was his headache. The Stug had 3 tank destroyers on its sides. One was 75, but the other 2 are different. These were different. There were 105 Semaventes. Stronger than the 75s. His guns could give him a big problem. He hit one of them hard and made him crash into a thick tree, leaving him out of combat. This is Rhino 4-6 to Dragon. They have 105 Semaventes, I repeat 105 Semaventes, be careful. Earwolf 5-6, I'm dealing with 3 here. I dealt with 2 105 strong Soage and a P40 weapon. But they were strong and had good maneuverability. With his cannon he shot and managed to hit one, but his shot had bounced off. Shit. This is Leon 2-6, I'm having trouble with a P40 and a 105 Semavente. Iki spoke on the radio. He turned his turret and tried to fire, but it was difficult to penetrate his armor. He shot at the P40's track and managed to hit it, causing it to overturn and end up on its side, taking the Semavente with it. I took care of it. Area cleared. It is not. It was the Super Pershing firing at 2 P40s that managed to evade its shots. And their cannons damaged their sides. It is not here at all. Issei still hadn't found the flag tank. Hyodo did what he could, but those P40s were giving them problems. But then something occurred to him. Break. And the 2 tanks that were going to hit him from the sides hit themselves. Shido shoot. He aimed and fired in the middle, causing both tanks to take damage. Being knocked out. Good job, guys. All 4 gave a thumbs up. They were already starting to get tired. This is Dragoon to all units. I'll take up a position on top as a sniper. Has anyone located the flag tank? Negative, I haven't seen it. If anyone is free I could use some help. Shinku and his team are still dealing with the CCV-3 and the 75-year-old Semavente. Shinku, I'm coming towards you too. I have 2 on my heels. Do you remember the game we used to play in training? Tauta said, still dealing with the Semaventes and the P-40. I think so. But what are you trying to get at? Let's play chicken. It's dangerous, it only happened to us once. It will work, I promise. Dragon to Rhino 4-6, if you're dealing with Semaventes take them to waypoint 0351. Received. The Super Pershing moved directly into the area. The Hellcat and T-34 were facing each other just 800 meters away. Shinku, don't turn around until I say so. Understood. 700 meters. 400 meters. 200 meters. They increased the speed. And? Now. They turned left and then right. Everything happened in slow motion. They were only 10 centimeters away from touching each other. And then. The pursuing tanks collided and some overturned while out of combat. And then when a Semavente was saved. But. Boom. He was received by an impact on the engine. Obviously he was left out. Ooh SI. Ooh SOS. It was the cry of joy of both captains. That was amazing. Several and or I had been excited to see such a dangerous maneuver. But there were more of the 2 teams. Team Duck. And Team Yasagi. One marvels at how daring the captains were in creating such a maneuver. Crazy was Mako's direct comment. The Stug was still dealing with its pursuers. And the shots managed to graze its sides. Damn it, Commander, I don't want to rush you, but I need your artillery now. I'm coming, it's a long climb, my tank is not a featherweight. Hyodo struggled and maneuvered to avoid falling. When they managed to reach the top of the hill, Hyodo immediately began to prepare the cannon. Ichika charged the projectile. We are in position. We are already taking them. Team Rhino managed to skid a curve and reach a straight line. They're all yours. Hyodo 1000 meters away. Shoot. Fire. The cannon fired. And despite the distance he managed to hit the engine of the Semavente that was in the rearguard. Leaving him out. We won't be able to get to the next one, those 2 are already your problem. Thanks for the help. Basara already knew that it was his chance. Use the crescent turn. And at the command of his captain. The German tank destroyer with good maneuverability managed to make a half turn without slowing down. He managed to get the cannon to aim at the Semaventes. And then. Boom. The achievement of giving one of them. Past cargo and the other Semavente dodged the shot. The Semavente stopped and someone got out. The Parzio. Basara came out of the hatch and they both looked at each other in defiance. Tuia was in his position. He and his team were bored. But the boy was just upset. I wanted to prove that I could be someone, that I could do something and not just be a backup. How am I going to prove to everyone that I deserve to be an Avenger? Since he was accepted, there were several rumors that he bought his place and did not earn it. Since he is from a rich family. In the eyes of the school he was not yet accepted as an Avenger. He wanted to show what he can do and also make his parents proud of him. That his girlfriend Ye was proud of him. If only I had a chance. It was what I asked for, but. He managed to hear the noise of caterpillars. He looked up and could see who it was. It was a P-40 and in it was the commander of Anzio. Anchovy. It was the flag tank. She just smiled at him and then walked away. For Tuia it was his chance. After her quick. Giving the order to his operator, they went to hunt down the flag tank. This is Grizzly 6-6 to all units, I found the flag tank, I'm chasing it over. Dragon to Grizzly 6-6. What is your position? Change. I'm chasing her to the southwest, I'm after her, we're going to win. Grizzly 6-6 are leading you into a trap, get back to your position. I'm sorry, Commander. But this is my chance to prove that I deserve to be an Avenger, we will have victory. Tuia, that's an order, return to your position. A short communication. Tuia responds, Tuia, where is Naruyuki? I'm turning off his radio, there's no way to communicate with him. Amit Leon, Jaguar and Wolf units go southwest and support Grizzly. Understood. Burrito, take us to the reference point. I feel like something might happen. Hold on guys, it's going to shake. I don't like this at all, Shido. I know, Ichika. I think something is wrong. Issei was the same or much worse than his companions. Something was bothering him. But his phone started ringing and he picked it up out of inertia and answered the call, even though he didn't know the number. Hello? You dared to insult me, now you will suffer the consequences of your actions. What are you talking about? You'll see. The call was cut off. Now I was really distressed. Burrito hits the bottom, we have to get there. Are you ready, girls? We are deuce. Okay, on my mark. The IS-3 was still chasing the P-40. Duia shot but couldn't hit him. The Armada was agile. I just needed a shot. When they reached an open space, Duia already had her in his sights. I just needed to give it to him. And so they would win. But. Save. At 2,000 meters, a Semavente was on a hill. It had 2 support legs at the rear and a long barrel. It was a 145 Semavente, a self-propelled gun. The cannon fired with a very loud and shrill sound. Loaded shell. Fire. Duia was about to shoot. Boom. But a strong explosion in its turret stopped the tank. Anchovy heard the explosion and looked at the result. He was horrified to see that the tank's turret and front hull were on fire. She didn't understand what was happening. "Deuce, we are reloading. There is still no white flag on the..." "Stop," she screamed when she saw that this was getting worse. And even more so when seeing the projectile stuck in the turret. But he could not think anymore when 2 shells hit his tank, knocking him out. There were 3 teams. They were going to celebrate, but when they saw the state of the IS-3, they forgot about that and went straight to get the crew out of there. Avenger Mixed School wins. They put out the fire with fire extinguishers and opened the hatch to get them out. The crew were fine. Just scrapes and bruises, but Duia was different. He had a wound on his head that was bleeding and also one on his left side that had a piece of shrapnel stuck in it. "I lost a lot of blood." Dr. Icky shouted as he applied pressure to the wound. The Super Pershing had arrived and everyone immediately went down to check on the Grizzly's crew. The chestnut checked his condition. Duia responds Duia. "I was unconscious." Then Issei's phone rang again. He answered. "Did you like my gift? This was just the beginning. I told you I would make your life miserable, kid. And now your friend is paying for your insolence. Who else will follow? I might want to send someone else to the hospital or maybe in a pine box." Issei's expression was beginning to become one of complete anger. "But since I'm a benevolent person, I'll give you the chance to not have to go through this. You just have to say now in front of the cameras, I quit and it's all over. Just think about it. If you win, your friends die and the change is achieved. If I win, they live and everything goes back to the way it was before. I'll give you time to decide in 5 4 3 2 1. Do I have your answer yet?" The brown-haired boy didn't say anything, he was just trying to control himself. "But I speak. I don't know what you gain from this. In fact, I don't know if there is any humanity in that sack of scum that you have for a body, but what I do know and what I have is the determination and the commitment to fulfill what I propose. This is my offer and I hope you pay attention. If you leave me and all my friends alone, I will leave you alone. But if you want to continue with this, I will sink you and I will make you see what hell is like firsthand. Damn trash." There was a second of complete silence. Until he answered. "Good luck." And the call was cut off. The phone fell to the ground. And without anyone expecting it. I Grido de Furia. And expelled draconic power, although imperceptible to humans. But everyone in the factions could feel it. In fact, the leaders knew that this was not good. Even that. Never anger a dragon. It's Avengers Day, nobody celebrates. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.